Chapter 622. Whoosh, the black hole vortex spun wildly, producing a terrifying devouring power. Between Yi Xing's eyebrows, the flame of destiny continued to grow. It went from 7 blue flames to 8, then 9 before stopping. Xing Liuyu's destiny was a 9-star sovereign destiny. Now that Yi Xing had completely devoured it, Yi Xing's destiny evolved to a 9-star blue destiny. He was only one step away from the quasi-divine blue destiny. Yi Xing only paused for a moment after devouring the destiny. Then, under the shocked and puzzled gazes of the martial artists in the distance, Yi Xing began to move again. Whoosh 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 whoosh, every time he moved, a golden light flashed. The disciples of Astral Elephant Palace, Dark Een Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley who were trapped in the world of darkness died one after another. In just a dozen breaths of time, besides Yan Lan, who had already fled when Xing Liuyu died, all the disciples of the 3 sects who were trapped in the world of darkness died. On the other side, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiong's battle was nearing its end. Feng Xiong had suffered many injuries and was not far from death. Whoosh, Yi Xing withdrew his astrology and chased after the fleeing Yan Lan. He was like a beam of golden light that cut through the sky. His speed was more than twice as fast as Yan Lan's. Not long after, a blue light streaked across the sky. Yi Xing had returned. He had returned to his human form and the azure cloud wings were spread out behind him. A treasure bow had appeared in his hand. Mystic rank treasure bow, Earth Mystic bow. This bow originally belonged to Yan Lan, but now it belonged to Yi Xing. By the time Yi Xing returned, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiong's battle had already ended. A sword light flashed past Feng Xiong's throat, piercing a bloody hole. Why did it have to be like this? I hate it. Feng Xiong clutched his throat as blood flowed out uncontrollably. He spoke with great difficulty, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Feng Xiaoxiao's growth was something that neither Demon Ceiling Valley nor Feng Xiong wanted to see. However, the Demon Ceiling Valley did not order their disciples to kill Feng Xiaoxiao in the extraterritorial Star Land. The reason why Feng Xiong led the Demon Ceiling Valley disciples to kill the Big Dipper Sword Sect disciples was his personal decision. He felt that this decision would only benefit the Demon Ceiling Valley. This was because when Feng Xiaoxiao grew up, she would definitely be invincible in the Starry Crescent Land. This would affect the supreme status of the Demon Ceiling Valley. As for Xing Liuyu, although he was also a monstrous genius, he was not as monstrous as Feng Xiaoxiao. In the future, he would at most become an overlord of the Starry Crescent Land. He would not be able to unify the Starry Crescent Land, so he would not be able to affect the supreme status of the Demon Ceiling Valley. Therefore, Feng Xiong decided to join forces with Xing Liuyu to eliminate Feng Xiaoxiao in the extraterritorial Star Continent. Originally, this matter was bound to succeed, but who would have thought that it would be ruined by a cultivator from an inferior continent? Of course, Feng Xiong was unwilling to accept this. It wasn't that he had misjudged Feng Xiaoxiao, but rather that he hadn't anticipated fate and fate. As Feng Xiong fell to the ground, Feng Xiaoxiao's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He used the mysterious breeze sword to support himself and stabilized his body. Feng Xiaoxiao was already injured under the joint attack of Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, but when everyone was teleported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall, he had fallen into the hands of Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. His injuries had worsened under the joint attack of the two. After Xing Liuyu retreated, Feng Xiaoxiao fought Feng Xiong alone. He had been suppressing the injuries in his body all this time. It was only when he killed Feng Xiong that he heaved a sigh of relief. He could no longer control the surging blood in his body and spat it out. Senior brother Feng. The disciples of the Big Dipper Sword Sect ran over. There were 7 of them in total. A total of 14 genius disciples entered the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Other than Feng Xiong, only 7 of them had survived. The other 6 had fallen at the hands of the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. These 7 were relatively strong. They had only survived because they had formed the Big Dipper sword formation. Feng Xiaoxiao swallowed a profound healing pill and adjusted his breathing for a few breaths. He nodded at the 7 of them and looked at Yi Xing, who was walking over. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Brother Yi, thank you so much this time. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, I, Feng Xiaoxiao, and the disciples of my Big Dipper sword sect would have died here today." Feng Xiaoxiao then introduced Yi Xing to the 7 disciples of the Big Dipper sword sect. "This is Brother Yi Xing. He saved our lives. Don't underestimate him just because he is a cultivator from an inferior continent. You all saw how strong he is with your own eyes. He is not someone we can compare to. Thank you, Brother Yi." The 7 of them cupped their fists and bowed slightly to Yi Xing. Yi Xing had just single-handedly annihilated all the disciples of the 3 major sects, Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley, except for Feng Xiong. All the cultivators present knew how strong he was. How could the 7 of them dare to underestimate Yi Xing? It was more likely that they were afraid of Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded at the 7 of them. His gaze then fell on Feng Xiaoxiao as he smiled. "Brother Feng, you are being too polite. If you didn't save me back then, I wouldn't be alive right now. Since we each saved our own lives, we don't owe each other anything." Huh. Feng Xiaoxiao walked in front of Yi Xing and patted Yi Xing on the shoulder. She said excitedly, "I thought that you would be lucky if you could escape this calamity by hiding in the forbidden divine dragon land. I didn't expect that you would have such a good fortune in the forbidden divine dragon land. Huh. You looked like a dragon just now. Your strength is too abnormal. I've always been proud of my combat prowess, but when I was a 1-star venerable, I couldn't compare with you at all. Abnormal. Too abnormal." Yi Xing blushed with shame. "You patted my shoulder and kept saying that I was abnormal." These words were really horrifying. Yi Xing chuckled and said, "You only see the good side of me now. You don't know the danger I faced in the forbidden divine dragon land. I almost turned into that thing and couldn't come back. I almost lost my consciousness and became a monster forever. Fortunately, I guarded my glabella and maintained my consciousness. In the end, I was able to control this power. When I think about how I almost turned into a monster forever, I feel a lingering fear. However, I gained a lot. I didn't go through those dangers in vain." As Yi Xing spoke, he suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Brother Feng, what happened to us just now? Why were we teleported here?" Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze turned to the huge jade wall and said, "This is the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. If a cultivator observes it carefully, they can comprehend black-level martial arts. When the extraterritorial star land is about to close, all the cultivators will be teleported here. This is the usual practice." The Black Tortoise Jade Wall? Yi Xing looked at the smooth jade wall and said, "Brother Feng, for the 7 major forces of the Starry Crescent land, is there a lack of black-level martial arts? This Black Tortoise Jade Wall is of no use to you, right?" Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, "Brother Yi, you are wrong. The martial arts comprehended from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall are not simple. When a cultivator observes the Black Tortoise Jade Wall, they do not learn any martial arts. Instead, they comprehend the martial arts themselves. The martial arts that they comprehend are naturally compatible with them. This is something that other martial arts cannot compare to." Chapter 623. Only now did Yi Xing realize what Feng Xiaoxiao had said. Looking at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall wasn't about learning the Black Tortoise, but comprehending the Black Tortoise on one's own. Comprehending a martial art on one's own was an extremely difficult task. Comprehending a martial art was equivalent to creating a new martial art. Only monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying comprehension abilities could create a new martial art after spending a large amount of time and effort. With Yi Xing's comprehension abilities and heaven-defying super brain, creating a new martial art wasn't impossible, but it would require a large amount of time and effort. Yi Xing could do it, but that didn't mean other martial artists could do it. However, this black tortoise jade wall could allow so many people to comprehend their own martial art. This function was too abnormal. In an instant, Yi Xing's view of the black tortoise jade wall changed. This was a treasure, a priceless treasure. Young Master Yi, may I ask, can we comprehend martial arts in front of the black tortoise jade wall? At this moment, a 3-star venerable flew over from afar and spoke to Yi Xing respectfully. This person was a disciple of the Great Spirit sect. His cultivation was the highest among the disciples of the Great Spirit sect, Golden Lion sect, and Moon Severing sect. He was recommended by the disciples of the 3 sects to ask for Yi Xing's opinion. In reality, the black tortoise jade wall didn't belong to Yi Xing. If they wanted to comprehend it, they could. It had nothing to do with Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing had just exterminated the disciples of the Celestial Body Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. His might was too great, causing the disciples of the 3 sects to be shocked and fearful. They didn't dare to ignore him. Therefore, they recommended someone to ask for Yi Xing's opinion. Yi Xing found it funny. He didn't expect them to be so afraid of him. They even came to ask for his opinion on comprehending the black tortoise jade wall. Yi Xing laughed mischievously and said, "Among you people, there were also some who had bad intentions towards me. Now that I didn't deal with you, you should be celebrating. You still want to comprehend the black tortoise jade wall?" Ah! The 3-star venerable's expression stiffened. This was the black tortoise jade wall. Comprehending it would allow one to comprehend their own martial arts. This was a great fortune that could only be encountered and not saved. The extraterritorial starland opened once every 30 years, but only geniuses under the age of 25 could enter. This meant that not all geniuses had the chance to enter the extraterritorial starland. Therefore, entering the outer realm starland and having a chance to comprehend the black tortoise jade wall was a kind of fortune in itself. The disciples of the Giant Spirit sect and the other 2 sects had come to ask for Yi Xing's opinion to show their respect. This was giving Yi Xing enough face, and Yi Xing wouldn't stop them from comprehending. They didn't expect that Yi Xing would really not let them comprehend the black tortoise jade wall. This caused the disciples of the Giant Spirit sect and the other 2 sects to be stunned. What should he do now? Since Yi Xing had spoken, they didn't dare to disobey. They had all witnessed Yi Xing's strength with their own eyes. He alone was enough to wipe out everyone from the 3 sections. However, after entering the extraterritorial starland with such great difficulty and obtaining such a great opportunity, he didn't want to comprehend the black tortoise jade wall. Wasn't this heartbreaking? How could they be willing to accept this? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xing strangely and was slightly surprised. She thought to herself, Yi Xing doesn't seem like such a narrow-minded person. At this moment, Yi Xing laughed and said, "I'm just joking with you. You can comprehend it however you want. This black tortoise jade wall isn't mine anyway." Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. The 3-star venerable was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. He was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Yi Shiwen before retreating. Feng Xiaoxiao finally understood and said with a smile, "So Brother Yi was just joking. You scared them to death." Yi Xing smiled and said, "I wasn't joking. Among them, there were indeed quite a few who wanted to attack me. However, they didn't dare to because I was too powerful. If I wasn't that powerful, they might have charged at me. I took the opportunity to scare them a little. Consider it a small punishment for them. I warned them not to harbor any thoughts that they shouldn't have." Feng Xiaoxiao thought about it and agreed. She said, "Only the strong can make others fear and respect you. Therefore, all cultivators have the same goal. They all want to become stronger and stand at the peak of the martial way. Only then will they not be oppressed by others. The weak either act according to the mood of the strong or be crushed by the strong. In the world of the martial way, the strong are revered. That's how it is. Yixing's eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Therefore, Brother Feng, we want to be strong enough to stand at the peak of the martial way." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and her eyes were filled with determination as well. "Yes, we want to be strong enough to stand at the peak of the martial way. Yixing, let's start comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. We were teleported here for only a day. After a day, we will be teleported out of the extraterritorial star land." "Okay." Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Brother Feng, we may not be able to say goodbye in a day. However, one day, I will go to the Starry Crescent land." Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "I will be waiting for you in the Starry Crescent land. With Brother Ye's potential, you will be a dazzling genius in the Starry Crescent land. Perhaps, we will be able to venture to a high-class continent in the future." "Huh? A high-class continent?" That was a continent with a true god. Yixing smiled. He also looked forward to the day when he could venture to a high-class continent. He would work hard for this goal. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao sat down separately and looked at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. They focused their minds and began comprehending it. The Black Tortoise Jade Wall was extremely smooth. At first glance, there was nothing on it. However, if one focused and looked at it carefully, different scenes would appear on the smooth jade wall in the eyes of different martial artists. In Yixing's eyes, 3 scenes appeared on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. One was wind, one was fire, and the last was darkness. These were the 3 major forces of heaven and earth that Yixing cultivated. Obviously, the scenes on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall were based on each martial artist's understanding of the major forces of heaven and earth. Different martial artists had different understandings of the major forces of heaven and earth. Even if it was the same major force of heaven and earth, different martial artists had different understandings of it. Yixing stared at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall with full concentration. Finally, the 3 different attributes on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall transformed into 3 spear moves. The first move was of the fire attribute and had the characteristics of fire. It was violent and powerful. The second move was of the wind attribute and had the characteristics of wind. It was swift and fast. The third move was of the darkness attribute and had the characteristics of darkness. It was engulfing and had a strong suction force. These 3 spear moves were deeply imprinted in Yixing's mind. These 3 black class spear moves were unable to be categorized into specific grades. They would become stronger as Yixing's understanding of the major forces of heaven and earth increased. In the end, they would reach the power of a top-grade black class martial art. Yixing did not know how abnormal it was for him to be able to comprehend 3 martial arts moves on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. However, his comprehension did not end with these 3 spear moves. Chapter 624. When Yixing had completely comprehended the 3 spear moves, the scene on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall changed once again. Originally, the 3 different attributes of wind, fire, and darkness were divided into 3 regions, each occupying a part of the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. However, right now, these 3 attributes were all fusing together in the middle. In the end, the 3 attributes formed a bow and arrow, which turned into a set of archery martial arts. Yixing was moved. It seemed that the comprehension on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall was not only related to the martial artist's comprehension of the heaven and earth, but also related to the comprehension of weapons. With a weapon in hand, there were also different kinds of techniques. The higher the technique, the more powerful the weapon would be. In fact, when one's technique reached the peak, it would cause a qualitative change, and could also trigger the heaven and earth Tao. Therefore, the sword had its sword Tao, the blade had its blade Tao, the spear had its spear Tao, and the arrow had its arrow Tao. Yixing's comprehension of weapons, spear Tao, and arrow Dao were more profound. Therefore, the martial arts he had comprehended on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall were spear arts and arrow arts respectively. If it was a sword Dao expert, then the martial arts he had comprehended would naturally be sword arts, while a blade Dao expert's martial arts would be blade arts. Different martial artists would comprehend different martial arts on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Moreover, Yixing's mastery of arrow Dao was even higher than his mastery of spear Dao. Among the astral-reaching realm archers, Yixing's mastery of arrow Dao was definitely at the top, excluding those high-level reverend lords. It was precisely because Yixing's mastery of arrow Dao was higher than his spear Dao that the archery martial arts he had comprehended would be more powerful. The three spear techniques each had three different attributes, while the archery technique was a fusion of the three attributes. It was impossible for Yixing to perform the three spear techniques at the same time and fuse the three attributes together. It could be seen that the archery technique fused with the three attributes was much more powerful than the three spear techniques. Yixing was fully focused as he carefully read the archery martial arts on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. This set of archery martial arts was not strictly an archery skill because there were also close combat moves. The bow on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall was sometimes blazing with flames, revealing a terrifying might. Sometimes it was like a wind blade, fast as lightning, and sometimes it turned into a black shadow, possessing an extremely strong absorption force. This close combat technique was similar to the three spear techniques. The three attributes were separated and each had their own characteristics. However, when an arrow appeared on the bow, there was a qualitative change. The arrow pierced through the air. It had the tyrannical power of the fire and the sharpness and speed of the wind. The two were not simply a combination, but a fusion. The wind helped the fire, and the fire increased the speed of the wind. 1 + 1 was greater than 2. At the same time, the arrow also contained the dark attribute. Originally, the speed of the wind would tear through the void, and the violent fire would emit a surging aura. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, it would immediately be sensed. However, with the dark attribute, although the arrow contained a violent force, the speed at which it pierced through the air was silent, making it impossible to guard against. This was a true killing weapon. What a terrifying archery skill! Yixing sighed. After learning this archery skill, if he were to secretly attack, it would not be difficult to kill opponents stronger than him. With this archery skill, if he were to secretly attack, it would be enough to unknowingly kill his target. Even if he were to attack directly, the arrow would be silent, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It would be very difficult to guard against, and it was very possible to kill an expert stronger than him. Yixing focused his mind and comprehended the archery martial arts on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. He deeply imprinted it in his mind, making it a part of him. This set of archery martial arts was originally formed by the Black Tortoise Jade Wall according to Yixing's own conditions. Naturally, Yixing would be able to completely comprehend it. All the martial artists were completely focused on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and they were all afraid of wasting a moment. Time slowly passed as he comprehended. Yixing used the Black Tortoise Jade Wall to repeatedly comprehend the three spear moves and the set of archery martial arts to deepen his comprehension. Of the three spear moves, the fire attribute spear move was tyrannical and had a terrifying force. It was called Tyrannical Fire Spear. The wind attribute spear move was extremely sharp and fast. It was called Sharp Wind Spear. The dark attribute spear move had a strong devouring force and could transform into 10,000 forces. It was called All Transformation Spear. Tyrannical Fire Spear. Sharp Wind Spear. All Transformation Spear. Yixing named the three spear moves in his mind. As for the set of archery martial arts, it contained the wind, fire, and darkness attributes. It was a combination of close combat martial arts and long-range archery. It was difficult to find a suitable name for it. Let's call it Dark Wind Fire Arrow Art. Although it was straightforward, it was still appropriate. All the martial artists were immersed in comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall's martial arts. A day passed quickly, and it was time for the extraterritorial star continent to close. Suddenly, a spatial whirlpool appeared beside every martial artist. All the martial artists were immediately startled awake from comprehending the martial arts and were sucked into the spatial whirlpool. Not long after, Yixing stopped feeling like he was shuttling through space. The spatial whirlpool around him disappeared, and he appeared above the starry sky arena of the star continent. At this moment, the starry sky arena was empty. There was only one martial artist left sitting in the center of the arena. It was the person the Great Yuan dynasty had left behind to wait for news. Yixing had gone to a mid-tier extraterritorial star continent and would need half a year to come out. The Great Yuan dynasty naturally wanted to know if he had died in the extraterritorial star continent. Hence, they left behind a martial artist to guard the starry sky arena. This was a 6-star venerable. Fighting was prohibited in the starry sky arena. Even if a king was left behind, he could not take Yixing's life here. However, the martial artist left behind could not have a low cultivation. If Yixing had not died, he had to at least be able to suppress Yixing in terms of cultivation. When Yixing entered the extraterritorial star continent, he was only an 8-star venerable. Half a year had passed. Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, a 6-star venerable would be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation. Yixing appeared above the starry sky arena. The 6-star venerable Meng Zhanfeng felt a change in space. When he raised his head to look, 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Meng Zhanfeng shouted, "Traitor, you actually did not die in the extraterritorial star continent?" Yixing's gaze landed on Meng Zhanfeng. He chuckled and said, "You are from the Great Yuan dynasty? I will have to disappoint you. I am not dead. In fact, I am alive and well." As he spoke, Yixing landed and stood in front of Meng Zhanfeng. He continued, "Go and report to Meng Tai that I, Yixing, have returned." Although Meng Zhanfeng was a 6-star venerable with a surging aura and overwhelming might, to Yixing, it was like a gentle breeze. Meng Zhanfeng's cultivation suppression had no effect on Yixing. When Yixing transformed into a dragon, the dragon's might that erupted was much more terrifying than Meng Zhanfeng's 6-star venerable cultivation. In terms of aura and pressure, even if the Great Yuan dynasty left behind a high lord or even a king, it would not have any effect on Yixing. Can I vote for a free recommendation? Thank you. Chapter 625. Meng Zhanfeng glared at Yixing fiercely and said, "It doesn't matter that you didn't die in the extraterritorial star continent. You won't be able to live for long in the star continent. You will definitely die." Yixing chuckled and said, "All right. I will await the arrival of the Great Yuan dynasty's experts in the East Divine Continent." After saying that, Yixing ignored Meng Zhanfeng and walked towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array in the starry sky arena was very advanced. It could automatically absorb the power of the stars. The energy required for teleportation did not need to be maintained by star crystals. Yixing changed the destination of the teleportation array to the East Divine Continent and set off on the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling white light that surrounded Yixing. "Yixing, you will definitely die without a burial place." Meng Zhanfeng roared at the teleportation array as he watched the figure that was about to disappear. After saying that, a dazzling white light shot into the sky and formed a pure white light pillar. In the blink of an eye, the light pillar shot into the sky and disappeared into the void. Yixing's figure had already disappeared. Meng Zhanfeng immediately walked into the teleportation array. He wanted to report this news to the Supreme King, Meng Tai. At this point in time, the news of the demon star in troubled times was no longer a secret and had been spread around. The warriors of the Great Yuan dynasty all knew that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times. He was a thorn in the side of the Supreme King, Meng Tai. The teleportation array in the Starry Sky Arena could not be connected to the teleportation array in the East Divine Continent. Therefore, Yixing could be teleported to any place in the East Divine Continent. After Yixing arrived in the East Divine Continent, he first changed his appearance. After asking around, he found out that he was in the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The Heavenly Wolf Empire was one of the 9 middle-rank empires in the East Divine Continent. When Yixing went to the Divine Continent Mountain to participate in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Tournament, he had used the teleportation array in the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The imperial capital of the Heavenly Wolf Empire had a level 4 transmission array that could send people millions of miles away. Yixing could use the transmission array to directly reach the capital of the Qingyu Empire. Yixing had become a venerable master and could control the wind energy to fly. His speed was already extremely fast, and with the addition of the mid-grade profound rank Azure Cloud Wings, Yixing's speed had reached a shocking level. He was not inferior to a High Lord's speed. Half a day later, Yixing arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Imperial capital. Yixing had 2 reasons for returning to the East Divine Continent. Firstly, he wanted to understand the situation. Secondly, he wanted to head to the old site of the Falling Star sect and enter the Stellar Hall to complete the Venerable Realm trial. Only then would he head to the Dark Star sect. As for his future plans, he would discuss them with the Black Biao King when he arrived at the Dark Star sect. After understanding the situation, Yixing had 2 places to go. One was to go to the Blood Edge Empire to find Honorable Mo Jian, and the other was to go to the Qingyu Empire to find Honorable Chen Yu. Yixing's identity as the Demon Star had been exposed for half a year. He did not know what measures the Great Yuan dynasty had taken. He did not know if it was safe to go to the Blood Edge Empire or the Qingyu Empire. The Blood Edge Empire was an upper-grade empire, while the Qingyu Empire was a lower-grade empire. If there was danger, the Qingyu Empire would naturally be less dangerous. Yixing chose the Qingyu Empire. Moreover, the Falling Star sect was located in the Qingyu Empire. Yixing had been away for more than a year and wanted to go back and take a look. Honorable Sir, the Qingyu Empire's transmission array has been closed. We can't connect to it. In the transmission hall of the Heavenly Wolf Imperial capital, a 9-star venerable said respectfully to Yixing, the transmission array has been closed? Yixing was surprised. Why would the transmission array be closed for no reason? Could it be that something had happened to the Qingyu Empire? Yixing said, then help me to the Qingyu domain. Try to be as close to the Qingyu Empire as possible. Yes, Honorable Sir. Yixing was sent to the Qingyu Empire through the transmission array. If it wasn't a fixed transmission, there might be a deviation. Yixing found a nearby town and asked around. He found out his location. It was about 130,000 miles northwest of the Qingyu Empire. Since he knew the location and distance of the Qingyu Empire, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Qingyu Empire. Yixing flew rapidly towards the Qingyu Empire. In just an hour, Yixing arrived outside the Qingyu Empire. At this time, the Qingyu Empire was in ruins. Only the imperial palace in the inner city was covered by a layer of formation light. Moreover, there were layers of formations and restrictions within the imperial palace. Outside the light shield of the formation, there were dozens of huge airships floating in the sky. They were all large-scale flying spiritual tools. On each airship stood a large number of martial artists. The weakest among them was a true master of the astral realm, while the strongest one was a true master of the astral realm. There were thousands of people on each ship. Dozens of ships had tens of thousands of people. This was an army of Honorable Sir. With tens of thousands of Honorable Sir together, their strength was too terrifying. They were much more destructive than millions of martial sages. On the flag of each spaceship, there were 2 words, Zhang Long. Yixing's pupils shrank. This was the army of the Qinglong Empire. In the center of these dozens of ships was the most luxurious ship. Its grade was higher than the others, reaching the Xian class. It was equipped with a star crystal cannon that even Honorable Sir was wary of. There were more people on this Xian class ship than the others. There were even a few Honorable Sir. A 2-star Honorable Sir stood in front of the Xian class ship. He was the Emperor of the Qinglong Empire, Long Yuanguang. He shouted, "Yu Qinyue, if you don't open the formation and surrender now, I'll slaughter 100,000 people of the Qingyu Empire." On the ground outside the formation, there were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. There were 100,000 living people, men and women, old and young. Some were ordinary people, some were martial artists. Their cultivation levels were from the star tempering realm to the star vortex realm. There were even some Honorable Sir in the astral realm. These 100,000 people were all from the Qingyu Empire. They were surrounded by the formation masters of the Qinglong Empire. They couldn't leave and could only wait for death in this place. "Yu Qinyue, you're too cold-blooded, too cruel. You don't care about the lives of your people at all. It's been 3 days. Every 2 hours, I've killed hundreds of thousands of your people. I've killed millions of them. You still don't want to surrender. Do you want to see the people of the Green Feather Empire being killed? Ha ha ha." Long Yuanguang shouted and laughed loudly. Below, screams were everywhere. Everyone fell into the fear of death. Many people were wailing. Long Yuanguang continued to laugh. "Yu Qinyue, do you hear their cries? These are the people of the Qingyu Empire. Huh. As their emperor, you just watched them die batch after batch. Yu Qinyue, how can you be so cruel and cold-blooded? Long Yuanguang, you devil. The Qinglong Empire is so heartless. Sooner or later, they'll be punished." A voice full of anger came from the formation. It was the voice of the Qingyu Empire's crown prince, Yu Chenggan. Chapter 626. Ha ha ha. Your Yu royal family doesn't even care about the lives of your own people. That's truly heartless. If there's any retribution, it's your Qingyu Empire. Now, I'll let you see the retribution of your Qingyu Empire dancing with Yixing and becoming enemies with the great Yuan dynasty. Kill, leave no one alive. Long Yuanguang shouted and waved his arm, chopping down. Stop it. In the distant sky, a roar came. A middle-aged man with a mustache stepped on the air. It was Yixing in disguise. Yixing's roar shook the astral energy and rushed out layers of air waves. It was no less than a sudden clap of thunder, spreading for dozens of miles. Everyone heard it clearly. The immortals of the Blue Dragon Empire who were preparing to attack below were stunned and looked at Yixing. Yixing released his cultivation and showed the cultivation of a 1-star venerable. He shouted, "You are all immortals, even venerables, but you take pleasure in slaughtering ordinary people and warriors. Do you still have any humanity? Are you all beasts in human skin?" Anger, Yixing was furious. There were millions of broken limbs on the ground. This was not a massacre on the battlefield, but a one-sided massacre. These people actually dared to do such a thing. The viciousness of their hearts was unimaginable. Long Yuanguang looked at Yixing and snorted, "A mere 1-star venerable dares to meddle in other people's business. Do you want to die?" Yixing carefully observed Long Yuanguang for a while and found that he looked very similar to Long Shao. He said, "You're the emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Yuanguang?" Long Yuanguang looked proud and said, "That's me." Yixing's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He said, "You've committed such a heinous crime. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Since you're from the Blue Dragon Empire, you deserve to die. Since we've met today, I'll destroy your Blue Dragon Empire." Long Yuanguang was furious and sneered, "You? Since you dare to speak like this, I think you must be tired of living. Long Gong, Long Xian, the two of you go and kill him." On the Xian-grade spaceship behind Long Yuanguang, there were 2 one-star venerables. They replied, yes. With that, the 2 of them flew into the air and headed towards Yixing. Yixing revealed a disdainful sneer. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuanguang, Long Gong, or Long Xian, the 2 one-star venerables, Yixing viewed them all as weeds. Moreover, Yixing's super brain had scanned that there were 2 other seniors in the cabin. They were both mid-level astral-reaching experts. Yixing didn't put them in his eyes either. When Yixing said that he wanted to destroy the Azure Dragon Empire, he already included these 2 4-star venerables. Daring to meddle in my Blue Dragon Empire's business, I think you're tired of living. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember this in your next life. Long Gong and Long Xian, the 2 one-star venerables, sneered. With the 2 of them joining hands, they naturally didn't put Yixing, who was also a 1-star venerables, in their eyes. As their voices faded, Long Gong and Long Xian attacked at the same time, attacking Yixing, die. At this moment, Yixing coldly shouted. The mid-level profound grade ardent flame profound spear appeared in his hand and pierced forward. Sharp wind spear. A sharp air-piercing sound rang out, tearing apart the void. Before Long Gong and Long Xian's attack landed, a light flashed, and Yixing retreated. However, a bloody hole appeared in Long Gong and Long Xian's throats. The sharp wind spear was extremely fast. Killing 1-star venerables was simply like slaughtering chickens. Yixing had killed 2 1-star venerables with a single spear in an instant. The speed was too fast. Long Gong and Long Xian didn't feel any pain and completely didn't realize that they had been shot. They continued to attack Yixing. However, when they rushed in front of Yixing, their eyes had already turned into fear. Fresh blood gushed out from the bloody hole in their throats, and their lives were rapidly flowing away. How could the 2 still care about attacking Yixing? Their hands immediately covered their throats. They opened their mouths to scream, but no sound came out. Both of them fell to the ground. In the Blue Dragon Empire, the pupils of the perfected persons shrank, and they were shocked. Venerables were existences that stood at the peak of the Blue Dragon Empire. There were only a few of them, and they were high and mighty. However, 2 venerables were actually killed by Yixing in an instant. This was truly unbelievable. Not to mention these perfected persons, even Long Yuanguang, a 2-star venerables, felt a chill in his heart. That spear just now was something that he couldn't block no matter what. If he faced that spear, the result would be no different from Long Gong and Long Xian. He would also have his throat pierced. How can there be such a powerful 1-star venerables? You. Who exactly are you? Long Yuanguang pointed at Yixing in horror. Then, his expression changed as he suddenly thought of something. He shouted loudly, "Fire! Use the star crystal cannon to blast him to death." The star crystal cannon on the profound grade spaceship had already been loaded and could be fired at any time. Bang! At Long Yuanguang's order, a perfected person who reacted quickly immediately fired the cannon. The star crystal cannon shot out, rushing out a terrifying impact wave in the void. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yixing. The Blue Dragon Empire's profound grade flying ship was not very good. The star crystal cannons on it were not very powerful, but they were enough to kill 1-star and 2-star venerables. Even 3-star venerables could not withstand too many of the cannons. Yixing didn't retreat in the face of the incoming star crystal cannon. Suddenly, a layer of dark energy covered the blazing flame profound spear. Yixing thrust out his spear. The dark energy revolved around the blazing flame profound spear, forming a small dark vortex. 1000 transformation spear. The star crystal cannon collided with the blazing flame profound spear. Instead of exploding directly, it was attracted by the dark vortex and instantly flew to the side. Boom! The star crystal cannon flew for a full 1000 meters before exploding. The deafening sound showed how powerful it was. However, it wasn't a threat to Yixing. Although they were more than 1,000 meters apart, Yixing also felt a powerful wave of air rushing towards him. However, this wave of air was like a gentle breeze to him. It didn't have any offensive power. Bang 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 bang, the first star crystal cannon shot out. Soon, the second and third shots were fired. Yixing continued to use the 1,000 transformation spear. There was no spear in his hand anymore. Only a huge dark vortex could be seen. The star crystal cannon's power was instantly dissolved by him and thrown far away. Boom 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 boom, in the sky more than 1,000 meters away, the sound of explosions was endless. The star crystal cannon shot after shot in the air. For Yixing, the star crystal cannon was no threat at all. Whoosh, suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the profound grade spaceship. A 4-star venerable walked out of the cabin. This was an old man with hair as white as snow. However, his face didn't look old at all. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. His posture was tall and straight, and his eyes were bright and spirited. "Stop," the old man said softly. Like a muffled thunder in everyone's heart, the star crystal cannon's attack immediately stopped. Chapter 627. The perfected masters of the Tsang Dragon Empire looked at the old man with respect. Long Yuanguang also came to the old man respectfully and bowed. Ancestor. In the Tsang Dragon Empire, there was only one person who could be called ancestor by Long Yuanguang. He was the former emperor of the Tsang Dragon Empire, Long Xingyu. Long Xingyu was one of the 2 4-star venerables scanned by Yixing's super brain. However, according to Yixing's knowledge, Venerable Xingyu of the Tsang Dragon Empire was a 3-star venerable. He didn't expect the rumors to be wrong. Long Xingyu stepped out of the spaceship and came to Yixing. His gaze locked onto Yixing from afar. His gaze was like a sharp blade slicing through Yixing's body. My Tsang Dragon Empire had all kinds of enemies who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But in the end, the Tsang Dragon Empire has always existed and prospered, but those enemies are all dead. Long Xingyu said slowly. His voice was calm as if he was telling the truth. Even a giant like the Qingyu Empire that went against my Tsang Dragon Empire is now in a dead end. You. Long Xingyu's tone suddenly became intense. He glared at Yixingai and exploded with a terrifying aura that pressed down on him. Who do you think you are? A brute like you dares to obstruct my Blue Dragon Empire by yourself. Venerable Xingyu. Venerable Xingyu. Long Xingyu's words boosted the morale of the Tsang Dragon Empire's perfected masters. All the perfected masters shouted and their aura shook the heavens and earth. Yixing smiled. There was disdain and mockery in his smile. Long Xingyu? 100 years ago, Qi Yan, a half-step venerable, killed 2 venerables of the Tsang Dragon Empire. You were the emperor of the Tsang Dragon Empire, a 3-star venerable, but you let Qi Yan escape. You're just a piece of trash. Don't pretend to be a wolf in front of me. Whoosh, Yixing's words caused Long Xingyu to erupt with a terrifying killing intent that enveloped Yixing. 100 years ago, the Scarlet Flame Venerable had caused the Blue Dragon Empire to lose face. It was also a stain in Long Xingyu's life. A 3-star venerable had fought against a half-step venerable, but the half-step venerable had escaped. This was indeed an unpresentable battle record. Yixing's face was as calm as a spring breeze amidst Long Xingyu's murderous intent. He said with a calm expression, "Why are you looking at me like that? You want to kill me with your gaze? Hee hee. If you want to kill me, you can't just rely on your gaze. You have to make a move. However, don't think that I won't kill you just because you're older. As long as you make a move, I'll immediately take your life. If you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Long Xingyu was so angry that his face turned red. A mysterious great saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Yixing. This slash was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It was extremely fast, and its power was astonishing. The air currents in the void were instantly split in half. Space seemed to suddenly split into two sides, and the saber light instantly shot over. Sharp wind spear. Competing in speed? Yixing was not afraid of anyone. In an instant, his spear stabbed out like a flash of cold light. The void was pierced, and the tip of the spear was instantly aimed at Long Xingyu's throat. The spear's speed was faster than the saber's. Only when Yixing made his move did Long Xingyu realize how terrifying Yixing's spear was. Previously, he thought that Long Gong and Long Xian died because they underestimated their opponent. Now, it seemed that even if Long Gong and Long Xian were extremely alert, they could not block this spear's assassination. Long Xingyu was after all a 4-star venerable, and he had already stepped into the ranks of a mid-level venerable. His strength was not something that Long Gong and Long Xian, who were only 1-star venerables, could compare to. Kill! Long Xingyu roared, and the astral energy in his body instantly erupted. It rushed out of his body, creating layers of energy waves that pushed out one after another like a protective shield. Even though Yixing's spear's penetrating power was extremely strong, and it pierced through dozens of layers of astral energy, the spear's speed was slightly affected. A 4-star venerable's reaction was extremely fast. This slight effect was enough for Long Xingyu. The dark-grade saber immediately changed its direction and slashed at the blazing flame dark spear. Clang! The blazing flame dark spear was shaken off. In terms of strength, Long Xingyu, as a 4-star venerable, was stronger. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky. Long Xingyu immediately used his superior metal-type astrology. The metal-type astral energy fell, and Long Xingyu's strength increased greatly. He shouted, 18 frenzied demonic saber. As soon as he spoke, the golden saber energy slashed out one after another. 18 frenzied demonic saber, a low-class profound level martial art. 18 consecutive slashes, each stronger and faster than the last. Yixing immediately used his fire astrology. The increase in strength from the extreme fire astrology was much stronger than Long Xingyu's superior astrology. The difference in strength between the two was instantly reduced. Yixing continued to use the sharp wind spear. The spear was as fast as a flash of light. It collided with the saber energy, and its strength was not inferior. However, Long Xingyu's saber skills were faster and faster. Within the range of the 18 frenzied demonic saber, the sharp wind spear could not break through the opponent's saber skills. Moreover, the power of Long Xingyu's saber skills was increasing with each slash. In the blink of an eye, Long Xingyu had slashed a dozen times. In terms of strength, Yixing's spear skills were still inferior. He was at a disadvantage. 18th slash, die. Long Xingyu shouted as the last slash of the 18 frenzied demonic saber was unleashed. The last slash was the ultimate killing move of the 18 frenzied demonic saber. The momentum accumulated from the previous 17 slashes exploded in an instant, causing the power of this slash to be several times stronger than the previous ones. Yixing was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength after blocking the 17th slash. Long Xingyu was confident that this slash could kill Yixing. However, Yixing's move was beyond Long Xingyu's expectations. Yixing had been using the sharp wind spear to fight against the 18 frenzied demonic saber. However, in the last slash, Yixing's move suddenly changed. The raging flame spear drew upon the dark essence and turned into a black vortex. The 1000 transformation spear. When the saber aura slashed into the black vortex, Long Xingyu felt a huge devouring force that suddenly dissolved the saber aura's power. In the blink of an eye, the saber aura's power decreased several times. Most importantly, the saber aura was clearly aimed at Yixing's head. However, when it entered the black vortex, there was a huge suction force that changed the direction of the saber aura. It slashed into the empty space beside Yixing previously. Yixing had used the 1,000 transformation spear to change the direction of the astral crystal cannonball. Now, he was changing the direction of Long Xingyu's saber attack. However, the effect was the same. Oh no! When Long Xingyu saw that his saber attack had missed, he exclaimed and quickly retreated. Sharp wind spear. However, Yixing changed his move instantly. While Long Xingyu's saber was changing direction, the raging flame spear stabbed forward. Puff! The spear was so fast that Long Xingyu couldn't dodge it in time. A cold light flashed and a bloody hole appeared in Long Xingyu's throat. I've made up for last month's missing chapters. Tomorrow, I'll start making up for last month's monthly votes. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Today is a good day. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 628. Blood spurted out from Long Xingyu's throat like a fountain. Long Xingyu screamed in shock and raised his hand to cover his throat. His eyes were full of fear as he immediately retreated. After passing through the thunder calamity and becoming a venerable, not only would their lifespan increase, their vitality would also increase greatly. Ordinary martial artists would die instantly if their throat was pierced. However, ordinary venerables would still be able to struggle for a few breaths of time. After becoming a mid-level venerable, one's vitality would be even more tenacious. If one's throat was heavily injured and treated in time, there was still a chance of survival. As for high-level venerables, their vitality would be even higher. The throat was no longer a vital part. Even if it was pierced through, it wouldn't be a fatal injury. Sir, save me. As Long Xingyu retreated, his astral energy vibrated as he sent a message to the other 4-star venerable in the ship. Although they were both 4-star venerables, Long Xingyu relied on medicine to forcefully break through to the 4th level of astral reaching realm. He was the most ordinary 4-star venerable, with the weakest strength. However, the 4-star venerable in the ship relied on his own cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation base had already consolidated to the late 4th level. He was much stronger than Long Xingyu. Even 3 Long Xingyius might not be a match for him. Moreover, the former was a Meng royal family martial artist. Long Xingyu couldn't compare to the latter in terms of cultivation methods and martial attainments. As Long Xingyu spoke, Yixing's body was like lightning as he thrust out his spear again. It was still the sharp wind spear. This spear was too fast, like a cold flash. Even if the 4-star venerable in the ship had already rushed out, he wouldn't be able to block it in time. Stop dash! The 4-star venerable of the Meng royal clan shouted loudly. He took a step out from the profound grade flying ship and rushed toward Yixing like a bolt of lightning. Puff! The profound flame spear didn't stop at all. With extreme speed, it caught up to the retreating Long Xingyu and retreated after piercing through his forehead. In an instant, a huge hole was pierced through Long Xingyu's forehead. Long Xingyu let out a mournful scream. It was very short, and then his body fell down, dying. The space between one's eyebrows was where one's spirit resided. Yixing's spear had pierced through Long Xingyu's mind, completely destroying the space between their eyebrows. Without his spirit, Long Xingyu was only left with a flesh shell. Of course, he died instantly. That blood-curdling scream stopped as soon as it sounded. It was extremely short. The warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were all dumbfounded. Long Xingyu was extremely powerful in the Blue Dragon Empire. Even if he gave up the throne, he was still the spiritual leader of the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire. However, at this moment, in front of the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists, Long Xingyu was first pierced through the throat by Yixing's spear, then shot through the head, directly losing his life. This was a devastating blow to the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists. The morale of the Azure Dragon Empire's army plummeted. All the martial artists were shocked, and some were even frightened. Their hearts were in chaos. How dare you? Meng Tsang, the 4-star venerable of the Meng royal family, seeing that Yi Xing didn't listen to him, his expression turned furious. He roared, "You're courting death." Long Xingyu was only able to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of astral reaching realm because of the help of the Meng royal family. He was a dog raised by the Meng royal family. A medicine that could directly raise a venerable's cultivation was not ordinary. It was extremely precious. The Meng royal family naturally had their own uses for this dog. Now that Yi Xing had directly killed this dog, the precious medicine used on Long Xingyu had been wasted. Naturally, Meng Tsang's anger soared to the sky. As Meng Tsang roared, he had already attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched towards Yi Xing. Boom! With an explosion, the void shook. The fist aura shot out, creating a shockwave visible to the naked eye, and bombarding towards Yi Xing. Meng Tsang's battle strength was top tier among the 4-star venerables. Even without using the astral form, the power of this fist was even more terrifying than Long Xingyu's full strength. In the face of the sudden punch, Yi Xing snorted coldly. Whoosh! Fire yuan qi between heaven and earth gathered, and Yi Xing turned into a man of fire. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased, and his aura became somewhat violent. Tyrannical Fire Spear. Yi Xing performed the most violent and tyrannical fire-attributed spear move. Like a needle against an awl, it pierced towards the incoming fist aura. As this spear pierced out, a violent flame danced along the burning flame mystic spear. It was like a fire dragon pouncing forward, its power shaking the sky. In an instant, the fist aura and the spear aura collided. With an explosion, the fist aura exploded, turning into streams of astral energy that splashed out in all directions. Meng Tsang didn't use the astral form after all. Although he was powerful, his fist aura wasn't that much stronger than Long Xingyu's. Yi Xing, on the other hand, had used the fire astral form. His strength was at its peak, so it wasn't strange for him to destroy Meng Tsang's fist aura with a single spear strike. When the fist aura exploded, its power was much stronger than the star crystal cannonball shot out by the profound grade spaceship. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Yi Xing and Meng Tsang's bodies followed the shockwaves and retreated a few hundred meters. Warriors of the Daiyuan dynasty are not allowed to directly participate in the battles of the East Divine Continent. This is the agreement between the Daiyuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect. Honorable Meng, you have violated the agreement. Do you want to cause a direct battle between the Daiyuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect? A voice came from the inner city of the palace. Yi Xing immediately knew that it was the voice of the Emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Honorable Chen Yu. Honorable Chen Yu's voice was weak. His body was obviously not in a good condition. He should be injured. Yi Xing and Meng Tsang stood 1,000 meters apart, looking at each other. Hearing Honorable Chen Yu's words, Meng Tsang laughed and said, "Of course I won't directly interfere in the battles between your empires. But this person is not a warrior of the Qingyu Empire. I killed him, so it's not a violation of the agreement. What's the problem?" Yi Xing looked at Meng Tsang and laughed, saying, "So you're from the Meng royal family of the Daiyuan dynasty?" Meng Tsang sneered and said, "Yes, it's useless to be afraid now. You killed Long Xingyu and wasted a dog of the Daiyuan dynasty. You only have 2 outcomes. You can either replace Long Xingyu and become the dog of the Daiyuan dynasty, or die." When Long Xingyu died, Meng Tsang was furious. He only wanted to kill Yi Xing to appease the anger in his heart. But now that he had calmed down and thought about it, the person in front of him was much stronger than Long Xingyu. If he replaced Long Xingyu and became the dog of the Daiyuan dynasty, it would be more beneficial for the Daiyuan dynasty. In this way, the Daiyuan dynasty could use this person to attack the cities of the East Divine Continent and destroy all the lower-rank empires that had sided with the Dark Star sect. Ha ha ha. Yi Xing laughed and said, "Do you know what my hobby is?" Yixing did not answer the question, which made Meng Tsang frown slightly. But he could not help but ask, "What is it?" Yixing's lips curled up and he said, "My hobby is to kill warriors of the Dayuan dynasty, especially warriors of the Meng royal family." Chapter 629. Meng Tsang was enraged, truly enraged. He was fuming with anger. The Dayuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Continent. It was the only ruler of the Star Continent. The Meng royal family was the ruler of the Dayuan dynasty. Their status was even higher. They were at the peak of the martial Dao forces in the Star Continent. Which martial Dao force was not afraid of the Dayuan dynasty? Which martial Dao force was not afraid of the Meng royal family? Even the martial Dao forces that sided with the Dark Star sect were afraid of the Dayuan dynasty and the Meng royal family. However, today, Meng Tsang heard that someone dared to say that his hobby was to kill the Dayuan dynasty's martial Dao force, especially the Meng royal family's martial Dao force. As a member of the Meng royal family, how could Meng Tsang not be angry? Bastard! You deserve to die. How dare you be so rebellious? There is no place for you in the Star Continent. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. Meng Tsang roared furiously. His aura became violent. Swoosh, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. Meng Tsang used the astrology. It was a high-grade astrology of the water attribute. The power of the astrology increased Meng Tsang's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tsang threw a punch at Yixing. When the astral punch arrived, it contained extremely strong water origin energy. Ripples spread out, and the force behind it lingered for a long time. Not many 4-star venerables could withstand the might of this punch. Yixing's figure split and used the shadow steps to dodge the attack. Meng Tsang's strength was about the same as Xing Liuyang's when compared to the martial Dao force he encountered in the extraterritorial Star Continent. In the extraterritorial Star Continent, Yixing used the black hole astrology to kill Xing Liuyang. After that, Yixing comprehended the Black Tortoise Jade Wall and comprehended 3 spear techniques and an archery martial art. His strength increased greatly. Now, he did not plan to use the black hole astrology against Meng Tsang. He wanted to try and see if the martial arts he had comprehended on the Black Tortoise Jade Wall could allow him to defeat a 4-star Venerable Realm expert. Although Long Xingyu was also a 4-star Venerable, his strength was the most ordinary among the 4-star Venerables. He couldn't be considered a 4-star Venerable. Meng Tsang's strength was at the top of the 4-star Venerables. Where do you think you're going? Meng Tsang's fist moves changed extremely quickly. With a loud shout, he threw out another punch. The power of his fist overlapped like waves and was even stronger than before. His moves are similar to Long Xingyu's blade art. Each move is stronger than the previous one, accumulating power. We have to break his attacking rhythm. Yixing did not dodge the second punch. The blazing flame profound spear gathered dark yuan qi and unleashed the spear of 10,000 transformations. The dark vortex collided with the fist aura and frantically neutralized the energy within the other party's fist aura. However, the energy within Meng Tsang's fist aura surged forth like waves and was extremely difficult to neutralize. The energy fist continued to blast forward without any deviation. The softest thing in the world was water. Although the power of water elemental energy was not as violent and domineering as other elemental energies, it had a long-lasting effect and was the most difficult to dissipate and transfer. The 10,000 transformation spear did not have much of an effect. It merely delayed the arrival of the astral fist for a moment. Yixing quickly retreated. At the same time, he changed his spear technique. The dark yuan qi on the blazing flame profound spear dissipated and was replaced by fire yuan qi. The blazing flame profound spear was a dark weapon of the fire attribute. When combined with the fire yuan qi, it was extremely powerful. Yixing's astral form was also of the fire attribute. When the fire attribute star power fell and combined with the fire yuan qi and the fire force, the power that erupted was the most violent and powerful. Tyrannical flame spear. Yixing was like a flame messenger. The blazing flame long spear in his hand stabbed out fiercely and unleashed the most violent and domineering of the three spear techniques. The blazing flame profound spear was like a spear. With the terrifying power of flames, it collided with the other party's fist aura once again. Softness could overcome hardness. However, if the hardness was too strong, it could also crush all softness. Yixing's spear was extremely strong. The power of the flames was unstoppable. Even though Meng Tsang's fist aura had a long-lasting effect, it was still pushed back by the violent and domineering spear. There was still some energy left. The terrifying blazing flame profound spear moved forward and pounced on Meng Tsang like a fire dragon. Meng Tsang's second move was broken and his attacking rhythm was disrupted. Facing the blazing flame profound spear that suddenly pounced on him, Meng Tsang's figure flashed and he chose to dodge. Sharp wind spear. Yixing changed his move again and took advantage of the situation. In terms of strength, Meng Tsang was actually not inferior to him. Just now, Yixing had already unleashed his strength to the limit. Even so, his strength was only slightly better than Meng Tsang's. However, Meng Tsang had yet to unleash his ultimate move. If both of them unleashed their strength to the limit, Meng Tsang's fist aura would be endless. Yixing's fist aura would not be able to crush Meng Tsang's fist aura. He would definitely be restrained by Meng Tsang's softness, and the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Yixing. In this regard, Yixing understood. Therefore, when Meng Tsang retreated, he seized the opportunity to take the lead in the battle and quickly attacked. He fought speed with speed and did not give Meng Tsang a chance to counterattack. The sharp wind spear was too fast. A cold light flashed in the void and the tip of the blazing flame profound spear was already in front of Meng Tsang, stabbing straight at Meng Tsang's throat. Meng Tsang's pupils shrank. What a fast spear! He instinctively punched out. How could a hasty punch compare to a prepared punch? Although the power of this punch was much stronger than Long Xingyu's attack, Meng Tsang only used about 80% of his strength. Even if it was only 80% of his strength, Yixing did not want to fight Meng Tsang head-on. The tip of the spear and the fist aura touched lightly and disappeared in a flash. Sharp wind spear. In the next moment, Yixing changed his direction and stabbed at Meng Tsang again. The tip of the spear was aimed at Meng Tsang's vital point. Yixing's after-image footwork had reached the perfection stage. It was not inferior to a profound level light body art. In addition, he had the union of heaven and man and the wind yuan qi gathered around his body. His speed was too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Before Meng Tsang could counterattack, Yixing's spear arrived again. Meng Tsang's expression changed again. He retreated again and punched out. Shoo 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 shoo, Yixing's spear was faster than the previous one. His body kept changing directions and using the sharp wind spear to attack Meng Tsang quickly. Although Meng Tsang's strength was higher than Long Xingyu, he was not as fast as the latter. Under Yixing's attacks, he kept retreating. Although he had strength, he was suppressed by Yixing's speed and could not use it. However, Yixing pursued speed, so the power of his spear skills was reduced. Although Meng Tsang was shocked, he still managed to block Yixing's attacks. Soon, Yixing had stabbed his spear more than 100 times. Boom, Yixing attacked with his spear again. Flames covered the sky and the earth. The ardent flame spear was like a fire dragon that rushed out and whipped down. Meng Tsang thought that Yixing was still using speed to fight speed and that his spear skills could be blocked with a casual punch. He instinctively punched out. Meng Tsang only reacted when the fist aura left his body. Yixing's spear skills had changed. The power of this spear was extremely terrifying. Chapter 630. The Spear of Tyrannical Fire. It was Yi Xing's most powerful move, and its power was violent and tyrannical. Even though Meng Tsang's strength was higher than Yi Xing's, facing such a terrifying spear attack, how could a casual punch of his be able to block it? It was so strong that it could crush all soft changes. Meng Tsang's fist force contained water vitality, and its aftershocks were like waves, but it was instantly destroyed by the spear. The ardent flame profound spear carried a terrifying flame power and continued to whip downwards, fiercely whipping Meng Tsang's fist. Meng Tsang's fists were not torn apart by the blazing profound flame spear because he was wearing black low-grade gloves. However, the terrifying power penetrated the gloves and rushed toward Meng Tsang's body. Puff, 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 in the blink of an eye, the clothes on Meng Tsang's arms were torn apart, and he felt a sharp pain in his arms. Moreover, the pain spread to Meng Tsang's internal organs along with the impact of the power. Meng Tsang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Meng Tsang's body collided with the ground, and there was a loud explosion. The spear of tyrannical fire was so terrifying that Meng Tsang was injured because of his misjudgment. However, as an intermediate supremacy, although the spear made Meng Tsang spit out blood, he was not seriously injured. Yi Xing did not stop there. Instead, he wanted to kill Meng Tsang while he was injured. Die! Yi Xing let out a loud roar as he pushed his fire momentum, fire astral aspect, fire yuan qi, and physical strength to the limit. He unleashed his full power and threw the ardent flame profound spear at Meng Tsang. Whoosh! The blazing profound flame spear drew a red light and followed Meng Tsang's body from the sky. It stabbed toward Meng Tsang with a terrifying power. The spear was too fast. Yi Xing threw it at Meng Tsang, and it was twice as fast as when Meng Tsang stabbed with the spear. Although Meng Tsang was injured, he knew very well that he had to change his position immediately after landing to prevent his opponent from continuing to attack him. However, when his body collided with the ground, the intense impact caused his mind to go blank for a brief moment. His mind went blank for an instant. However, in that instant, the ardent flame profound spear that Yi Xing had thrown had already landed. The ardent flame profound spear pierced through Meng Tsang's chest and came out from his back. It then pierced into the ground below and nailed Meng Tsang's body to the ground. On Meng Tsang's body, he was wearing a low profound grade protective inner armor. His defense was extremely strong. However, the profound blaze spear was a middle grade profound weapon. Furthermore, with the strength of Yi Xing's throw, the tip of the spear had a terrifying penetrative power. On the Blue Dragon Empire's profound grade flying ship, as soon as Yi Xing boarded, some ordinary grade 4 formations appeared and sealed the entire ship. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain. A mere level 4 restrictive formation was almost nothing to him. Yi Xing held the ardent flame profound spear and broke a large part of the restrictive formation with a few strikes. He then killed his way into the cabin. The restrictive formation on the ship became less and less. They were all easily broken by Yi Xing. In the end, they completely disappeared. Yi Xing and Long Yuanguang met again at the bottom of the cabin. Long Yuanguang's face was ashen. He had never imagined that this one-star venerable was actually a powerful formation master. The level 4 formations on the ship were like nothing. "Hero, please spare my life." Long Yuanguang looked at Yi Xing and completely lost his will. There was only fear left in his heart. He kneeled on the ground and kept begging for mercy. "Hero, you are a magnanimous person. Please let me go, don't kill me." Yi Xing coldly looked at Long Yuanguang. He had never thought that the latter, as the emperor of the empire and an astral-reaching realm venerable, would be so weak in the face of death. Yi Xing's voice was cold. "Let you go? Have you ever let me go?" Long Yuanguang was puzzled. "Hero, when did I offend you?" Yi Xing said, "The Blue Dragon Empire's 2-star venerable had once tried to kill me. As the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, do you dare to say that it wasn't your order? Long Yuanguang didn't know what Yixing was talking about. He carefully thought back. Suddenly, his face changed and was full of shock. He cried out in surprise. How is this possible? You are. First, I'll make up for this month's update. Then I'll make up for last month's update. Chapter 631. Sharp Wind Spear. Xiao, a cold light flashed, the spear tip pierced through Long Yuanguang's forehead. Before Long Yuanguang could say Yixing's name, his mind was destroyed by the power of the spear tip, and he died. Until his death, Long Yuanguang's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Yixing's words made him remember that in recent years, he only sent out 2 venerables to kill Yixing. Could it be that the person in front of him was Yixing in disguise? But Yixing was only a venerable at the 6th or 7th level of the astral realm a year ago, and now he was already a 1-star venerable. How could he have such a fast cultivation speed? Long Yuanguang couldn't believe it, and his heart was filled with questions. Yixing took Long Yuanguang's storage ring and got out of the profound level ship. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. The venerables of the Cyan Feather Empire led the army of spiritual masters to attack, and the Blue Dragon Empire was defeated. Most of them were killed on the spot, and the ones that escaped were being hunted down by the Cyan Feather Empire's army. During the battle, the Cyan Feather Empire's venerables attacked. Now that the situation was settled, they naturally didn't lower themselves to chase after the Blue Dragon Empire's spiritual masters. They came to the profound level ship where Yixing was. There were 4 venerables in total. Other than Yu Chenyue, who was a 3-star venerable, there was 1 2-star venerable, and 2 1-star venerables. Yu Chenyue's face was a bit pale, and the other 3 didn't look good either. They were all injured. Thank you, hero, for saving us. The Cyan Feather Empire is very grateful. Yu Chenyue and the rest came to Yixing and bowed together, full of gratitude. I also have some old grudges with the Blue Dragon Empire. Today I met them and destroyed them. It's just a small matter, you don't have to take it to heart. Yixing lightly waved his hand, his eyes fell on Yu Chenyue, and said, Venerable Chenyue, I have some things to ask you. Can we talk alone? Yu Chenyue slightly bowed, and said, Of course, please come to the inner city, I will tell you everything I know. Cyan Feather Empire, Inner City Palace. Yu Chenyue brought Yixing to a magnificent palace. Entering the palace, Yu Chenyue immediately clasped his fists and bowed, Thank you for saving my Qingyu Empire. Yixing looked at Yu Chenyue and said in surprise, I'm dressed like this, and Venerable Qingyu still recognizes me? Yu Chenyue said, At first, I didn't recognize it, but when young Master Yi used the wings, I recognized it. Even though young Master's wings are of a higher grade, the style hasn't changed at all. Yixing smiled. Since he wanted to meet with Yu Chenyue alone, he didn't intend to hide his identity. It didn't matter if he was recognized. Yixing said, I've just returned from the extraterritorial star land and haven't gone to the Dark Star Church yet. Honorable Chen, you should know what I want to ask, right? Yu Chenyue nodded, and said, After young Master went to the extraterritorial star land, many things have happened in the star land. The biggest thing is that the news of young Master being the demon star of troubled times has spread. Almost all the warriors in the star land know about it. Yixing nodded. His identity was exposed in the Starry Sky Arena, so it was normal for it to spread. However, this news shouldn't be spread by the Great Yuan dynasty. They couldn't wait to cover up this news. It was impossible for them to let the world know that there was someone who could threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's rule. And only the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star Church knew that Yixing was the demon star of troubled times. Therefore, it was possible that the Dark Star Church deliberately spread the news to shake the confidence of the world's warriors in the Great Yuan dynasty. Yu Chenyue continued, according to the news, the demon star of troubled times will destroy the great Yuan dynasty's rule over the Star Land. Therefore, the great Yuan dynasty naturally wanted to get rid of young master as soon as possible. However, young master went to the extraterritorial Star Land, and the great Yuan dynasty had no choice but to make a move on the people around young master. Yixing snorted, and said, the great Yuan dynasty, as a 3-star power, actually dared to do such a shameless thing. Luckily, I was prepared. Yu Qinhua said, the great Yuan dynasty sent a 3-star king, but he was defeated by the Black Biao king the moment he arrived at the fallen star country. After that, the great Meng king personally came to the East Divine Continent and fought with the Black Biao king. Although the Black Biao king had said that he didn't fear the great Meng king with his strength, Yixing was still worried when he heard that the Black Biao king fought with the great Meng Tai. After all, the great Meng king was the only 4-star king in the Star Land. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest in the Star Land. Yixing said, what was the result? The Black Biao king didn't lose out, right? Yu Qinhua shook his head and said, that battle was earth-shattering. All the venerables in the East Divine Continent could feel the qi of heaven and earth going berserk. No one knows what the final result was. But after that battle, the forces of the East Divine Continent were divided into 2 groups. One group continued to listen to the orders of the Great Yuan dynasty, and the other group listened to the orders of the Dark Star sect. The 2 of them agreed that the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect could not directly participate in the battle of the East Divine Continent. Yixing's heart relaxed. It seemed like the Black Biao king's estimation of his strength was very accurate. The great Meng Tai indeed couldn't do anything to him. The Great Yuan dynasty held the ruling position and had a strong influence. If the Black Biao king wasn't the great Meng Tai's opponent, the Great Yuan dynasty could directly send an army to the East Divine Continent and easily crush some of the factions that didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders. There was no need to worry about the Dark Star sect's interference. Since both sides couldn't directly participate in the battle, it could be seen that the Great Yuan dynasty still had a headache about the Dark Star sect's interference. Yixing was very clear that in front of an absolute expert, numbers didn't have any advantage. Only an absolute expert of the same level could make the other party wary. Just like Yixing, facing the Azure Dragon Empire's tens of thousands of spiritual masters alone, he didn't care about them at all. Only an expert of the same level as him could stop him. The great Meng revered king was the same. He was wary of the Dark Star sect, not because of the number of people in the Dark Star sect, but because of the existence of the Black Biao king. Yixing said, what's the situation in the East Divine Continent? Yu Qinhua said, the Dark Star sect has been developing in the East Divine Continent for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, because of the demon star in the chaotic times, many martial artists' confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty has been shaken. More than half of the factions have joined the Dark Star sect. Overall, the strength of both sides is about the same. In the past few months, there have been victories and losses in the battles, but I haven't heard of any empire being destroyed. It's because of this that the Great Yuan dynasty took out precious medicine and chose the Azure Dragon Empire as their tool to sweep through the East Divine Continent's lower-rank empires. It allowed Long Xingyu to forcefully break through to the 4-star Venerable Realm, causing the Azure Dragon Empire's strength to increase greatly. Originally, although my strength couldn't win against Long Xingyu, I could still protect myself. The battle between the Azure Dragon Empire and my Azure Feather Empire lasted for 2 months without a clear victor. But after Long Xingyu became a 4-star Venerable, I lost to him and the Azure Feather Empire was defeated. They had no choice but to retreat to the inner city of the Imperial Palace, relying on the formation to defend. Chapter 632. The battle between martial powers was not about the number of people, but about the most powerful battle power. When Yu Qinhua and Long Xingyu were at the same level, even if there was a winner, it would not affect the overall situation. Once the battle between Yu Qinhua and Long Xingyu was decided, then both sides would be defeated immediately. Therefore, after Long Xingyu became a 4-star venerable and Yu Qinyue was injured by Long Xingyu, the Qingyu Empire was immediately defeated. They abandoned all their land and could only rely on the formation to defend the inner city of the imperial palace. Yixing learned about the events that had happened in the past half a year from Yu Qinyue, as well as the current situation, and left the Green Feather Empire. Although there were battles everywhere in the East God continent, the situation was still relatively stable. It was probably because Yixing was in the outer space, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Therefore, the Great Yuan dynasty did not invest too much in the battles in the East God continent. At the moment, they only invested heavily in the Blue Dragon Empire. However, once the news of Yixing returning from the outer space reached the Supreme King Meng Tai's ears, the situation would probably change. The Supreme King Meng Tai was determined to kill Yixing. Since Yixing was in the East God continent, and he was determined to kill Yixing, he would definitely increase the support of the powers in the East God continent. He might even send experts to kill Yixing directly. Although I have become a venerable, although I can fight above my realm, although I can transform into a dragon and become even more powerful, it is still not enough compared to the Great Yuan dynasty. Far from enough. Without the protection of the Dark Star sect, I don't even have the power to protect myself against the Great Yuan dynasty. I have to cultivate higher and stronger. Yixing thought silently. He did not feel complacent because his cultivation speed was much faster than others. Instead, he maintained a firm and pressing martial heart at all times. After leaving the Green Feather Empire, Yixing first teleported to the vicinity of the desolate mountain range. When the sky turned dark, Yixing used the Dark Yuan Qi to cover all of his aura, and headed towards the Falling Star sect in the desolate mountain range. Yixing's dark aura had already walked very far in the realm of being one with the world. Few astral-reaching realm experts could be compared to him. Using the Dark Yuan Qi to cover his tracks, even during the day, few tracking experts could track him. As for the night, even king-level experts could not track him. The Falling Star sect was Ye's weakness. In the dark of night, Yixing arrived at the Falling Star sect's location. The formations and restrictions here were all set up by Yixing. Yixing silently passed through the formations and entered the sect. It was still early in the night, and most people in the Falling Star sect were still awake. Yixing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence, which was still lit. "Who?" Hua Tianfeng's voice came from inside. "Master, disciple Yixing has returned." Yixing stood outside the door and said respectfully. "Yixing?" Hua Tianfeng cried out in surprise. His surprised voice carried a trace of joy. Then, with a creak, the door opened. Hua Tianfeng looked at Yixing with eyes full of pleasant surprise. "Yixing, is it really you?" Hua Tianfeng grabbed Yixing's arm and said happily, "I heard you took first place in the Heavenly Fate list in the Starry Sky Arena and killed all the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty. You obtained the fate of 100 Zhang star continent and obtained the qualifications to enter a mid-rank star continent. You've finally returned from the star continent." Although the Falling Star sect lived in seclusion here, Yu Qinyue would always send news about Yixing. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "N, disciple has returned. How is the Falling Star sect? Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine, everything is fine." Hua Tianfeng smiled happily and said, "Since you're back, I'll go inform Sect Master Gu and the others and let them be happy." Not long after, Yixing met with Gu Tiansheng, Lin Tongyu, and the other upper echelons. Yixing was the legend of the Falling Star sect. Everyone was happy to see Yixing return. After more than a year, Gu Tiansheng and Lin Tongyu's cultivation had improved. Gu Tiansheng had become a 3-star venerable and Lin Tongyu had broken through to the astral realm. That night, Yixing stayed at the Falling Star sect. In the room, Yixing waved his hand and dozens of interspatial rings appeared on the table in front of him. Among these interspatial rings, 2/3 were mid-rank and 1/3 were high rank. They were obtained from the disciples of the Celestial Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. There were also the interspatial rings of several venerables from the Blue Dragon Empire. These people had died at the hands of Yixing, so Yixing naturally took their interspatial rings. After obtaining these interspatial rings, Yixing was either busy comprehending martial arts in the Black Tortoise Jade Wall or rushing to the Cyan Feather Empire or the Falling Star Sect. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to check the gains in these interspatial rings. The gains were enormous. The average 2-star forces collection couldn't compare to these gains. Yixing had obtained more than 20 profound weapons. Most of them were low-rank profound weapons, but there were a few mid-rank profound weapons that were worth a lot. For example, the Blazing Flame Spear from Xing Luyang, the Golden Feather Sword from Xing Liuyu, and the Dark Rune Gloves from Xian Yefeng were also mid-rank profound weapons. A mid-rank profound weapon was the most precious treasure of a 2-star force. Having one was already very good. A 2-star force that had 3 mid-rank profound weapons was probably only a high-rank empire. In addition to the large number of profound weapons, the star crystals in the dozens of interspatial rings were also a huge harvest. There were more than 10 million star crystals. Yixing counted the high-rank star crystals and found that there were more than 10,000 of them. As for the various materials, they were piled up like mountains. They were the largest in quantity. Refining materials, array formation materials, everything one could think of was there. Yixing found several pieces of profound grade mid-grade black gold. Unfortunately, Yixing's azure feather wings were already mid-rank profound level. Even after absorbing the black gold, it couldn't evolve to high-rank profound level. But Yixing still took out a piece of mid-rank profound level black gold and refined it into the azure feather wings. It made the azure feather wings grade among the mid-rank profound weapons and its flying speed increased. Yixing wanted to find some martial arts manuals, preferably profound level ones. But to his disappointment, there were none in the interspatial rings. It seemed that even the sects in the Starry Crescent land were very strict about martial arts manuals. Yixing exclaimed. He found a manual in an upper-rank interspatial ring. Burning Blood Skill. Is this Xing Liuyu's interspatial ring? Yixing took out the Burning Blood skill and flipped it open. The effect was the same as the secret skill that Xing Liuyu had used. It is indeed Xing Liuyu's item. The other disciples of Xingxiang Palace didn't use the Burning Blood skill. Only Xing Liuyu used it. It seems that this is not a secret skill of Xingxiang Palace. Xing Liuyu must have found it during his exploration and kept it with him. Chapter 633. The Blazing Blood art could obtain great power by burning one's blood. The stronger the bloodline, the more power one would obtain. However, there was a limit to the amount of blood in one's body. If one's blood ran out, they would be dead. Therefore, the Blazing Blood art could only last for a certain period of time. Moreover, after using the Blazing Blood art, one's body would be weakened. The more blood one burned, the weaker one's body would be. Only when one's body started to produce blood and the blood in one's body reached a normal state would one be able to recover. Although the side effects are great, the effect is very strong. The power obtained by burning one's blood is terrifying. My strength will increase tremendously and I can kill experts stronger than myself. My blood used to be very ordinary. Even if I used the Blazing Blood art, it wouldn't increase my strength by much. However, it's different now. I have refined the Divine Dragon's blood essence and possess the Divine Dragon's bloodline. The power obtained by using the Blazing Blood art might be stronger than the Starflow feather. Yixing thought to himself. He was very satisfied with the Blazing Blood art. Yixing refined all the upper-grade storage rings and put away the Blazing Blood art. He didn't plan to stay here for long. Now wasn't the time to cultivate. Before dawn, Yixing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence. He sorted out some herbs and elixirs overnight and gave them to Hua Tianfeng. These would be useful for the development of the Falling Star sect. Then, Yixing left the Falling Star sect while the sky was dark. When dawn broke, he had already crossed the barbaric mountain range and was about to reach the true Xian region. Yixing gathered the wind yuan qi and flew rapidly in the sky. Although he didn't push his speed to the limit, it was still extremely fast. Yixing flew more than 1,000,000 miles in a day. Before dusk, Yixing arrived at the old site of the Falling Star sect in the Qingyun region. There's someone here? Yixing was surprised when he was above the old site of the Falling Star sect. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. He scanned with his super brain and found a black-clothed man in the main hall of the Falling Star Peak. Yixing remembered this black-clothed man. He used to hide in the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. When he and Wei Qingxian went there, they were almost discovered by this man. Who would have thought that this person would actually move to the old site of the Falling Star sect? Back then, Yixing had only hurriedly scanned this person. Before he could see his specific cultivation level, this person had sensed it. Now that Yixing was a venerable one, his ability to hide his aura could not be compared to before. Moreover, the super brain had evolved to a stronger state. When it scanned the person could not sense it anymore. So, it's a 4-star venerable. However, this person's aura is even more surging than Meng Tsang's. His strength should be much more powerful. His cultivation must have reached the peak of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. His battle strength should be almost unrivaled in the same realm. Yixing scanned the man with his super brain and knew everything about him. Compared to the geniuses from the Starry Crescent land that Yixing had encountered in the extraterritorial Starland, this person's strength was only inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Liuyu, Feng Xiong, and the other 5-star venerables. He was much stronger than everyone else. Moreover, compared to Xing Liuyu, this person's strength was not far off. As long as he took a small step forward, his strength would reach the level of a 5-star venerable. Yixing said inwardly, this person's strength is very strong. However, for the current me, it's nothing. Apart from this black-robed man, there were other things here. Outside the Falling Star Valley, there were several surveillance and defensive formations. They were all ordinary grade 4 formations. If Yixing wanted to enter the Falling Star Valley, he would have to destroy these formations. Presumably, these formations were set up by this black-robed man. As the master of the formation, he would be able to sense Yixing entering the Falling Star Valley immediately. Setting up the formations outside the Falling Star Valley obviously meant that he had discovered the Falling Star secret realm and guessed that I might return. Therefore, he set up a blockade here. It seems that if I want to enter the Star Palace, I'll have to get rid of you first. Yixing revealed himself and descended from the sky. Since it was impossible to sneak into the Falling Star Valley secretly, he would barge in openly. Yixing revealed himself and his aura leaked out. The black-robed man on the Falling Star Peak immediately sensed it and left the main hall in a flash. As soon as Yixing arrived outside the Falling Star Valley, the black-robed man appeared in front of him. His eyes were like hooks as he stared coldly at Yixing. The black-robed man looked to be around 30 years old. As a venerable one, his real age might be 60 or 70 years old. His face was slightly pale as if it was caused by malnutrition. As a venerable one, he definitely would not be malnourished. It should be caused by cultivating some kind of martial arts. The black-robed man looked at Yixing and Yixing looked back at him. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for a few breaths' time. You're Yixing? The black-robed man frowned slightly. It was obvious that even he did not believe this judgment. Yixing shook his head. The other party was from the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing should hide his identity as much as possible. Regardless of whether the other party's guess was right or not, at least he should not expose himself. The black-robed man did not believe Yi Xing's denial. He said, "Although I find it hard to believe that you've stepped into the Venerable One realm at such a young age, but only a martial artist from the Falling Star sect would come here and know that there's a secret space here. Only you, Yi Xing, can become a Venerable One in the Falling Star sect." The more the black-robed man spoke, the more certain his tone became. "Your aura is full of vitality, which means that you're very young. You've obviously disguised your appearance, which makes you look old. This secret space can't even be cracked by the kings of the Meng royal family. It's obviously extraordinary. The Falling Star sect is just a one-star sect, so they definitely haven't fully developed this secret space. So, Yi Xing, one day, you'll return to the Falling Star sect and enter this secret space again. Am I right?" Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "No matter who I am, I want to enter the valley. Since you're going to stop me, then I can only kill you." Whoosh! In an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Xing had used his astrology. "Kill me? You've just become a Venerable One and you're already so arrogant." Before the black-robed man could finish his words, his expression changed. His surroundings suddenly turned pitch black. Yi Xing had used the black hole astrology to plunge his opponent into a world of darkness. This person was extremely strong. If he did not dragonize, it would be difficult to deal with him. He could only rely on the black hole astrology to defeat him. Whoosh! The black-robed man's reaction was extremely fast. When his expression changed, he also used his astrology. It was the superior ominous star, Tua Luo star. His face suddenly became even paler, revealing a gloomy aura. He wore a pair of black gloves on his hands. The gloves' 5 fingers had sharp claws that were extremely sharp. Yi Xing was far away. He took out the earth profound bow and drew it. Earth energy condensed into an earthy yellow arrow. Dark wind fire arrow formula. Yi Xing used the archery technique he had comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. Chapter 634. Fire and wind elemental energy gathered on the khaki-colored arrow in an instant. The wind elemental energy aided the fire, and the power was extremely terrifying. However, within the wind and fire Yuan Qi, there was also dark Yuan Qi. It covered the aura of the violent power and it was silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, another ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. The use of the Sagittarius constellation increased the power of the arrow and reached the limit. At this moment, the black-clothed man shouted and pounced towards Yi Xing. He waved his hand and a few green claw lights appeared. They were obviously poisonous. This person's sensing power was extremely sensitive. Through the moment when Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation star power undulations, he was able to lock onto Yi Xing's position. In the world of darkness, he did not have any fear or panic. At the same time, the Yuan Qi arrow on the earth mysterious bow also left the bowstring and shot towards the black-clothed man. The Yuan Qi arrow turned in the air and changed direction. In the blink of an eye, it changed direction 6 times. Although the black-clothed man could not see the arrow in the world of darkness and could not sense the existence of the arrow because of the obstruction of the dark Yuan Qi, he could feel the danger that the arrow brought to him. The black-clothed man raised his other hand high. Wherever the danger came from, he grabbed in that direction to block the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man's palm changed direction 5 times. His reaction was extremely fast. Unfortunately, Yi Xing's arrow changed direction 6 times and the black-clothed man still could not catch it. Puff! The Yuan Qi arrow shot past the black-clothed man's palm and into his head. The terrifying power exploded in his head and destroyed his mind. The black-clothed man fell to the ground and was killed by an arrow. Yi Xing's figure split and dodged the incoming claw lights. His figure reappeared in front of the black-clothed man's corpse. The Dark Wind Fire Arrow formula is truly formidable and impossible to defend against. This person's reaction speed is definitely the fastest and most sensitive among all the martial artists I've killed. He can't see the arrow nor can he sense the arrow, but he can accurately defend himself according to the danger he feels in his heart. If I were to transform into a dragon, it would be very difficult to kill him without using dragon martial arts. Yixing thought. After testing the Dark Wind Fire Arrow spell for the first time, he was very satisfied. Putting away the astrology, he grabbed the storage ring of the black-robed man with a wave of his hand. After that, Yixing activated his fire elemental energy and used his fire elemental energy to burn the black-robed man to ashes. The normal rank 4 formations outside of the Starfall Valley were nothing to Yixing. Yixing easily destroyed them. After entering the Starfall Valley, Yixing took out the Starfall token and connected it to the Starfall Hall. A ray of light enveloped his body, and he disappeared with a whoosh. Yixing appeared on the first floor of the Star Palace and started the Astral Reaching Realm trial. Huh? Yixing, you've entered the Astral Reaching Realm so quickly? The moment Yixing entered the Star Palace, Mr. Pimp sensed him and his voice resounded in the Star Palace. Yixing faintly nodded and said, I encountered some good fortune in the outer region. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this fast. Very good, very good. Your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Among all the geniuses I've seen, you're not the youngest to enter the Astral Reaching Realm. However, you've taken the least time to go from the Astral Reaching Realm. If you can maintain this momentum on the road of martial arts, you'll be able to become a Star Ocean Realm King in a few years and completely obtain the Star Palace. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. He sounded very happy. Yixing said, I'll do my best. Alright, let's start the trial. The Astral Reaching Realm's trial rewards are the same as the Astral Reaching Realm. There are no rewards for the first and second floors. Only the third and fourth floors have rewards. However, the rewards are much more advanced. The third floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound weapon. The fourth floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound pellet. Moreover, passing the Astral Reaching Realm's trial will bring you other rewards. You should finish the trial first. I'll tell you then. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. Yixing's Astral Reaching Realm trial had begun. Yixing had entered the Astral Reaching Realm because his body had fused with the Divine Dragon's essence blood, and he had comprehended his own martial arts from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. His ability to challenge those with higher realms was even better than when he was in the Astral Reaching Realm. Passing the Astral Reaching Realm's trial was naturally a piece of cake. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. Yixing passed the first 3 floors with ease. Soon, it was time for him to receive his rewards. First, a beam of light appeared and shot into Yixing's head. Immediately, the high-grade profound level falling star incantation appeared in Yixing's head. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard, mid-grade profound weapon, what kind of weapon do you choose? Yixing had 3 mid-grade profound weapons on him, Burning Flame Profound Spear, Golden Feather Profound Sword, and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves. Among them, Yixing couldn't use the Golden Feather Profound Sword, while the Burning Flame Profound Spear and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves were both very suitable for Yixing. Among the weapons that Yixing was good at, the only mid-grade profound weapon missing was the bow. The Earth Profound Bow was only a low-grade profound weapon. Compared to a mid-grade profound bow, its power was obviously not on the same level. Yixing said, I choose a bow-type weapon. Soon, a light flashed in front of Yixing, and a great bow appeared. This was a jet-black great bow. The body of the bow was jet-black, and the bowstring was also jet-black. Mr. Pimp's voice sounded, this is the Black Profound Bow. The body of the bow was forged from the top mid-grade profound gold, black profound black gold. The bowstring was forged from the tendons of a high-grade level 4 demonic beast, Black Abyss Flood Dragon. The power of the Black Profound Bow is astonishing. It is definitely one of the best mid-grade profound bows. Looking at this unremarkable jet-black bow, Yixing didn't expect the materials to be so amazing. Holding the Black Profound Bow in his hand, he repeatedly praised it as a good bow. He was very happy in his heart. Yixing tried to pull the Black Profound Bow. No matter how much strength he exerted, the bowstring of the Black Profound Bow was only slightly raised. With his current strength, he couldn't even pull the Black Profound Bow open. The power of the arrow was closely related to the bow. The stronger the bow, the harder it was to pull it open. This was very normal. Otherwise, if anyone could use a great bow, as long as they had a great bow in their hands, even if their cultivation was low, wouldn't they be invincible? Yixing put away the Black Profound Bow. His cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Now, he couldn't pull the Black Profound Bow open. When his cultivation broke through again and his strength increased, he would be able to pull it open. Star Palace, 4th floor. Yixing saw Mr. Pimp, who had turned into a little old man. 2 long mustaches were fluttering at the corners of his mouth. His small eyes were looking at Yixing, emitting rays of light. Good, good. Yixing, you are truly a freak. Your innate talent wasn't very high at the beginning, but every time I see you, your innate talent is much higher than before. This is even more so this time. This level of innate talent is rare even in a mid-ranked continent, very rare indeed. Mr. Pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Chapter 635. Yixing smiled. Back in the outer realm Starland, his body had fused with the essence blood of a divine dragon. Moreover, he had devoured Xing Liuyu's heaven's will to become a 9-star monarch heaven's will. Of course, his talents were top-notch. With the black hole astral form, he could devour other people's destiny. His talent would only get higher and higher. Theoretically speaking, Yixing's ultimate talent could be as high as the level of talent a genius could have in this world. The pimp asked, "Is the 4th floor's trial starting now?" Yixing nodded, "Yes, it is." The target of the 4th floor's trial was 3 realms higher than Yixing's cultivation. Yixing didn't use the dragon transformation, nor did he use the dark wind fire art. He only relied on the black hole astral form, sharp wind spear, and tyrannical fire spear to pass the trial perfectly. The first time you passed the 4th floor's trial, it was extremely difficult. When you reached the astral realm, the second time you passed the 4th floor's trial was much easier. Now that you've reached the astral reaching realm, passing the 4th floor's trial for the 3rd time is actually not that difficult anymore. You didn't even reveal your full strength and passed it easily. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. This is beyond common sense. The lower the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. The other geniuses, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. But you, it's the opposite. The pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Yixing faintly smiled. At this moment, a beam of light shot into his head, and the top-grade black-level falling star incantation appeared in his mind. The top-grade black-level falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to cultivate to the limit of the Star Sea realm. Above that would be the Star Nirvana realm, which would require a god-level cultivation art. Quasi-gods of the Starry Nirvana realm were still too far away from Yixing, so it was impossible for him to meet one. The black-level ultimate falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to practice. Even in the Starry Crescent land, it would be an excellent cultivation method. Mid-rank Mystic Skeleton Pellet can greatly increase the power of your physical body. Moreover, if your cultivation base stabilizes to peak level 1 astral reaching realm, you can directly break through to the 2nd level. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a medicinal pill to fly over to Yixing. Yixing put the mid-rank mysterious skeleton pellet into a jade box and said, "Since the pellet can help me make a breakthrough, I will naturally save it for when I reach the peak of the first astral reaching realm. Mr. Tortoise, you said that there would be a special reward for completing the astral reaching realm trial. Can you tell me about it now? The pimp nodded and said, since you were able to grow to this extent, you now have the qualifications to know the origin of the stellar hall. Sit, let me chat with you. The origin of the stellar hall? Yi Xing's eyes shone with interest. Seeing the tortoise sitting on the ground, he sat down cross-legged in front of it. Mr. Pimp nodded. His first sentence shocked Yi Xing, the stellar hall is a divine tool. Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air and said, divine tool? The strongest martial artists in the Star Continent are only 4 Star Kings. How could they have a divine tool? Mr. Pimp said, although the stellar hall is in the Star Continent, and the name is very similar, it is not a treasure of the Star Continent. It came here by accident. It is a treasure of a high-ranked continent. Yi Xing blinked. High-ranked continents were places with true gods. No wonder a treasure of a high-ranked continent was a divine tool. Yi Xing said, I know that there are 3 high-ranked continents in the flowing light world. Which continent is the treasure of the stellar hall from? Mr. Pimp looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, you are from a normal continent like the Star Continent, yet you know about the flowing light world and high-ranked continents? Yi Xing chuckled and said, I have also been to the outer realm Star Continent and seen the geniuses of other continents. Moreover, there were guests from high-ranked continents in the Star Continent 2,000 years ago. Of course I know. People from high-ranked continents would come to this small place. How strange! Mr. Pimp exclaimed. He did not delve deeper and continued his topic. The stellar hall was obtained by my master from the Dark Star Continent. When he was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he obtained this treasure. Yi Xing exclaimed, Dark Star Divine Palace? 2,000 years ago, the guest from the high-ranked continent was also a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. What a coincidence! Mr. Pimp blinked a few times and said, if that is the case, the Star Continent and the Dark Star Divine Palace are fated. Work hard. With the stellar hall in your hands, one day, you can go to a middle-ranked continent. As long as you are strong enough, you can even go to a high-ranked continent. If you can reach the Dark Star Continent, then there will be a huge treasure waiting for you. Yi Xing shrugged and said, what? There is a huge treasure waiting for me in the Dark Star Continent? Mr. Pimp, are you kidding me? Mr. Pimp laughed and said, I am not lying to you. That treasure is related to the Stellar Hall. According to my master, the Stellar Hall he obtained is only a replica. The real Stellar Hall is located in the place where he obtained the treasure. However, his strength is limited, so he could not go deep into the core area of the treasure. Therefore, he has no chance to obtain the real Stellar Hall. Yi Xing was stunned. If the replica of the Stellar Hall was a divine weapon, then, what kind of treasure was the real Stellar Hall? Yi Xing looked at Mr. Pimp. After a while, he asked, who is your master? My master. Mr. Pimp raised his voice, but then he thought of something and said in a low voice, my master is Emperor Xinghan, the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent Land. Yi Xing looked at Mr. Pimp in surprise. His mouth was so big that an egg could be stuffed in. Was there a mistake? Starry Crescent Land, Star Elephant Palace? Could it be any more coincidental? Now, Yi Xing knew that the Stellar Hall was the treasure of the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace, Emperor Xinghan. The Falling Star sect was born because of this Emperor Xinghan's Stellar Hall. It could be said that Emperor Xinghan was Yi Xing's benefactor, and also the benefactor of the Falling Star sect. However, in the extraterritorial Starland, Yi Xing and the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace were mortal enemies. Moreover, he had killed all the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. This made Yi Xing feel that he had done something wrong. But you can't blame me for this. Yi Xing sighed in his heart. The disciples of the Star Elephant Palace had gone too far. He had no choice but to fight back. Mr. Pimp saw Yi Xing's stunned expression and said, "What's your reaction? Don't tell me you have heard of my master, Emperor Xing Han?" Emperor Xing Han was from the Starry Crescent Land and had nothing to do with the Starry Crescent Land. Mr. Pimp could not believe that Yi Xing knew about Emperor Xing Han. Yi Xing shook his head and said, "I have not heard of Emperor Xing Han. However, I met many disciples of the Star Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Starland." Mr. Pimp was surprised. "Ah. You went to the mid-level extraterritorial Starland?" Yi Xing nodded. Mr. Pimp carefully observed Yi Xing's expression. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a cunning expression, saying, "Something obviously happened between you and the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace. Tell me." Chapter 636. Under the tortoise's gaze, Yi Xing wanted to lie, but he couldn't say anything. I killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace." Yi Xing hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Of course, he lowered the number. The master of the Stellar Hall, Great Emperor Xing Han, was the great elder of the Stellar Elephant Palace. If Yi Xing were to say that he had killed all the disciples of the Stellar Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Starland, who knew if the Turtle Guild wouldn't fly into a rage? If he only killed a few, he could still explain it. But if he killed them all, Yi Xing didn't know how to explain it. However, out of Yi Xing's expectations, when Yi Xing said that he killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace, the tortoise was so excited that his eyes lit up. The tortoise shouted, "Good job!" Yi Xing was stunned. "What's going on? Wasn't your master Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? Why did you say that I killed the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace?" Yi Xing looked at the tortoise in confusion. Seeing this, the tortoise said, "You don't know, but my master was killed by the people of the Star Elephant Palace." Yi Xing was surprised. Wasn't Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? A Grand Elder is definitely one of the upper echelons of the sect. Didn't he represent the Star Elephant Palace? How could he be killed by them? The tortoise sighed and told the story. "When my master was young, he wasn't a disciple of the Star Elephant Palace, but a disciple of a low-grade king family. However, his bloodline returned to the ancient times, and his talent was very high. At a young age, he became a king. At that time, the Dark Star Temple of a high-grade continent was recruiting disciples in the Starry Crescent Land. Martial artists under the age of 35 could sign up, but the registration rights were in the hands of the 7 4-star factions of the Starry Crescent Land. Thus, in order to sign up, my master hung himself in front of the Star Elephant Palace. In the end, he stood out among the geniuses and was accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. In the end, my master became a 9-star king in the Dark Star God Palace. However, his potential was exhausted and he was unable to step into the Star Nirvana realm to become a quasi-god. When he was nearly 300 years old, my master had a fortuitous encounter when he was out adventuring and obtained this star palace. However, my master still doesn't have any hope of becoming a quasi-god. In the Dark Star God Palace, king-level disciples aren't valued. It's not a good thing that my master has a divine weapon. On the contrary, if it's exposed, he'll be killed and robbed. Therefore, when the Dark Star Palace went to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples, my master applied to return to the Starry Crescent Land with the recruitment team. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, 9-star kings are only disciples. In the Life Moon continent, 9-star kings can be titled as emperors, and peak 9-star kings can be titled as great emperors. My master is thus known as Great Emperor Xing Han. Because my master's cultivation is high and he's powerful, the Star Elephant Palace conferred him the title of Great Elder. In the Starry Crescent Land, my master's strength is one of the best except for quasi-gods. Compared to when he was in the Dark Star God Palace, he's much less vigilant. Because of the fight for the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master fought with another great emperor. Both of them were equal in strength, and the fight lasted for 3 days without a winner. It should have ended in a draw. However, in order to win the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master used the Star Palace and defeated the great emperor. He thought that no one would dare to fight for a divine weapon in the Starry Crescent land because even quasi-gods can't resist the power of the Star Palace. However, my master never expected that the Star Elephant Palace would plot against him. During one of the sect's annual celebrations, the great elder of the Star Elephant Palace, quasi-god Xinghe, actually poisoned my master's food with the extinction poison. Sigh. If my master had been vigilant, he wouldn't have been poisoned. However, on that day, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace and the other elders all toasted my master and praised him for being the number 1 below quasi-gods. They said that once the divine weapon was out, even quasi-gods would avoid it. My master listened to them and drank to his heart's content. That wine was no ordinary wine, even kings would get drunk after drinking too much. Xinghe took advantage of my master's drunken state and poisoned him with the extinction poison. If my master didn't hand over the divine weapon, he wouldn't give him the antidote. The extinction poison is in the Starry Crescent land and there's no medicine that can cure it. My master's body is in the Starry Crescent land, so how could he cure it? Naturally, he didn't believe Xinghe's words. However, he was besieged by Xinghe, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace, and the other elders. My master knew that he was going to die, but even if he died, he couldn't let Xinghe get the Stellar Hall. When my master got the Stellar Hall, he also obtained 2 great space-breaching talismans. He used one of them to tear through the void and came to the Starry Crescent land. This is it. Yi Xing sighed. Although Emperor Xing Han was the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace, it was obvious that the Star Elephant Palace didn't treat Emperor Xing Han as one of their own. If they treated him as one of their own, the Star Elephant Palace would be overjoyed to have an expert like Emperor Xing Han. How could the entire upper echelon of the Star Elephant Palace scheme against him? Yi Xing looked around and said, Master Tortoise, so Emperor Xing Han is also in the Stellar Hall? The Master Tortoise nodded and said, yes, but only a corpse is left. The poison of the Extinction King powder is too strong. My master only came here for a few stars before he lost his life. He only had time to set up a few formations outside the Stellar Hall to conceal the aura of the Stellar Hall. He has been dead for 700 years now. Sigh, thinking back, the days with my master are like yesterday. As the Master Tortoise spoke, he raised his hand and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. He said, this is the Great Space-Breaching Talisman. My master obtained 2 of them. He used one, so there's one left. I'll give it to you to save your life. This is a special reward. How about it? Yi Xing took the Great Space-Breaching Talisman and said with a surprised expression, it looks ordinary, but it can tear through the void and even reach another continent. The effect of this talisman is too amazing. In the extraterritorial Starland, Yi Xing had seen Feng Xiaoxiao use a small space-breaching talisman. However, at that time, Feng Xiaoxiao had taken it out and used it immediately. Yi Xing had only glanced at it and did not see it clearly. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a great space-breaching talisman after returning to the stellar continent? This was really unexpected. Feng Xiaoxiao had once said that even the small space-breaching talisman was considered a rare treasure in the Starry Crescent land. As for the major space-breaching talisman, it was obvious that it was of a higher grade than the small space-breaching talisman. Yi Xing observed it for a while and asked, how do I use it? Do I just crush it directly? The Master Tortoise said, inject the astral energy into it and it will activate the talisman. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you will be able to escape. No one can stop the great space-breaching talisman from tearing through the void. Of course, the legendary Ji Zun is an exception. Yi Xing put away the great space-breaching talisman and said, although it's a good life-saving treasure, I don't want to use it one day. Once I use it, I'll tear through the void and reach another continent. How can I come back? Chapter 637. The tortoise chuckled and said, "You are right. My master used the space-breaching talisman because he didn't want the Star Palace to fall into the hands of Xinghe. However, when he arrived at the Star Continent, he sighed and said that he couldn't even bury his body in his homeland. He could only wander around the Star Continent." After pausing for a while, the tortoise continued, "My master's last wish was to bury his body in his homeland. Yixing, if one day your strength reaches the limit of the Star Continent, you can go to the Star Crescent land and bury my master in his homeland to fulfill his wish." Yixing put away his casual expression and became serious. He nodded and said, "I will definitely do it." The tortoise stood up and said, "Yixing, I believe that you will do it. That day will come sooner or later. Come, I will take you to a place." Yixing stood up and followed the tortoise. Wherever the tortoise went, the void walls would make way for him. He took Yixing through many twists and turns until they arrived in front of a pavilion. There was actually a pavilion in the Star Palace. It was indeed rare. However, the space inside the Stellar Hall was huge to begin with. Not to mention a pavilion, it could even fit a mountain. The tortoise pointed at the pavilion in front of them and said, "This is the Tortoise Pavilion. It has 4 floors, and it contains the Tortoise Pavilion that my master obtained. The first floor is the low-grade Tortoise Pavilion, the second floor is the mid-grade Tortoise Pavilion, the third floor is the high-grade Tortoise Pavilion, and the fourth floor is the top-grade Tortoise Pavilion. Originally, the Tortoise Pavilion would only be open to you after you complete the King Realm trial and completely control the Star Palace. However, I have high hopes for you. Learn more martial arts to defend yourself, and it will increase your chances of survival. You haven't completely controlled the Star Palace yet, so don't use the space-breaching talisman to go to another continent and never come back. Therefore, you must try your best to become stronger. The stronger you are, the better." Yixing looked at the black martial hall in front of him and his eyes lit up. He said happily, "The black martial hall's black martial arts are for me to see and practice?" The old pimp nodded and said, "You can look at it, and you can practice it. But, there is a small requirement. You have to practice martial arts step by step. If you want to learn a martial art, you have to practice it to the acme of perfection. Only then will you be able to increase the degree of fusion between you and your weapon. You will be able to achieve one with the weapon as soon as possible, and comprehend a martial intent." Yixing knew about martial intent. This was the martial intent that a martial artist could comprehend after they reached the state of one with the weapon. For example, man and sword one could comprehend sword intent. Man and spear one could comprehend spear intent. The type of weapon one used would be the manifestation of one's martial will. If one was proficient in bare-handed martial arts and the weapon was a pair of gloves, then it would be known as fist intent. Within the Star Continent, only a very small number of kings were able to comprehend a martial intent. Yixing was surprised. Cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary can increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon, and also speed up the speed of comprehending martial intent. This was the first time he had heard of this. The old pimp nodded and said, "Yes, the higher your martial arts attainments, the higher your degree of fusion with your weapon. If you can cultivate a profound level martial art to the perfection boundary, then you will be able to achieve one with the weapon and become a weapon master. Then, your chances of comprehending a martial intent will greatly increase." Yixing had a huge advantage over other martial artists when it came to practicing martial arts. He had always practiced martial arts to the perfection boundary. Therefore, he felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with his weapon. It seemed that there were faint signs of him becoming a weapon master. After becoming a weapon master, one would be able to achieve one with the weapon. This represented the pinnacle of skill. When one made a move, there was no need to be constrained by moves. For any martial arts, as long as one cultivated an internal force heart sutra, they could move freely. Even if it was a casual strike, it would have the power of an ultimate move. In other words, when a weapon master made a move, their martial arts would reach the acme of perfection. Yixing somewhat understood why cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary would increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon. It was because a weapon master was very similar to a perfection boundary. Yixing said, "Okay, I will first cultivate a low-grade profound martial art to the perfection boundary. Then, I will cultivate a medium-grade profound martial art, and then a high-grade profound martial art. One level at a time." The old pimp faintly smiled and pointed to the right side of the Black Martial Temple and said, "On the right side of the Black Martial Temple is the Martial Training Temple. Once you enter, it will be the same as a trial. You will encounter stronger and stronger opponents. You can practice martial arts in the midst of battle and increase the speed of your martial arts attainments. This was originally supposed to be open to you after you complete the king's trial. Now that the Black Martial Temple has been opened to you, the Martial Training Temple will also be open to you. You can practice with a profound martial art and also have a training partner." This condition was really amazing. Yixing was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, pimp." The old pimp said, "You can practice in the Black Martial Temple and the Martial Training Temple. Don't go anywhere else." Then, the old pimp's figure flashed and disappeared. Yixing looked at the Black Martial Temple in front of him and then looked at the Martial Training Temple on the side. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good. The Starry Temple is very safe. I can go into seclusion to practice martial arts. Also, I have a large number of eternity flowers to increase my cultivation. Let's see what kind of realm those hundreds of eternity flowers can help me reach." Yixing entered the Black Martial Temple. It was very spacious inside. There were only 4 rows of bookshelves. On each shelf, there were 20 to 30 secret manuals. There were about 100 manuals in total, all of which were low-grade profound martial arts. Yixing couldn't practice all of the low-grade profound martial arts. It was too difficult. He was an expert in archery. At the same time, he also practiced spear arts and fist arts. Therefore, Yixing's goal was very clear. 1 secret manual for archery, 1 secret manual for spear arts, and 1 secret manual for fist arts would be enough. In addition, a profound martial arts was also necessary. Archery secret manual, spear secret manual, fist secret manual, and Qinggong secret manual. Yixing only needed to find 4 suitable low-rank black tortoise to learn. Among the 100 low-grade profound martial arts manuals, there were only 2 secret manuals for archery. One was the Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art and the other was the Golden Ray Soul-Splitting Arrow Art. Yixing chose the fire attribute Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art. There were more secret manuals for spear arts. There were a total of 6 of them. Yixing chose the wind attribute Shadowless Deadly Spear Art. The tip of the spear was similar to the sharp wind spear art. It should be easy to practice. There were more secret manuals for fist arts than spear arts. There were a total of 8 of them. Yixing chose the dark attribute Dark Soul Subduing Fist. Yixing's gloves were dark attribute gloves. They were more compatible with dark attribute martial arts. There were a total of 10 secret manuals for Qinggong. Yixing chose a secret manual called 9 Heaven Spirit Travel Technique. Looking at the introduction, the 9 Heaven Spirit Travel Technique was a top-grade profound level Qinggong. It was divided into 4 volumes. There was only the first volume here, which was equivalent to a low-grade profound level Qinggong. The 9 Heaven Spirit Travel Technique had the word spirit. It was obviously an extraordinary Qinggong. Chapter 638. Even if it was only a low-grade profound grade martial art, its speed would still be faster than other low-grade profound-grade martial arts. In the future, it would be possible to train mid-grade, upper-grade, and even supreme-grade martial arts. Yixing naturally chose it. As for the difficulty of training, Yixing didn't take it into consideration. He had never encountered any difficulty in any martial arts he had trained. Although he had only trained 4 types of black tortoise, Yixing had already flipped through hundreds of black tortoise secret manuals and scanned their contents into his brain. Yixing didn't have the energy to train all the martial arts to perfection. However, memorizing their training methods was a piece of cake for him. Yixing. Although memorizing the training methods couldn't increase Yixing's strength, it could greatly increase his knowledge of martial arts. This would have a certain effect on Yixing's martial arts training. Yixing didn't stay in the Black Martial Palace for long. After leaving the palace, he didn't rush to train martial arts. Instead, he sat down cross-legged outside the palace, took out a cosmic extreme flower, ate it, and started cultivating. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base to peak first-level astral reaching realm. Then, he would take a mid-grade profound bone pellet to strengthen his bones and muscles, and raise his cultivation base to second-level astral reaching realm. The higher one's cultivation base, the easier it would be to train martial arts. Yixing's breakthrough to 2-star venerable wasn't too difficult. Of course, he would train martial arts after that. Any kind of herb would get worse the more one ate it. The first time one ate it would have the best effect, and the cosmic extreme flower was the same. A single cosmic extreme flower had raised Yixing's cultivation base by a lot. In only a few hours, he had gone from early first level to mid-first level. The later ones were a bit less effective. Yixing ate 5 of them and spent 2 days to break through to peak first level. After consolidating his cultivation base, Yixing's lips curled up. He opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Finally, he could break through to the second level of astral reaching realm. Counting the time since he had broken through to the astral reaching realm, it had only been 2 months. To have broken through to the next realm in such a short time, Yixing was indeed a bit excited. Yixing still had a lot of eternity flowers. Soon, his astral reaching realm cultivation base would usher in a period of rapid breakthroughs. Yixing took out the profound skeleton pill. The elixir that Yixing had obtained in the Star Hall had the effect of strengthening the body, but it mainly strengthened the skin and flesh. The bone elixir had the word bone in it, so it was obviously mainly used to strengthen the bones. Bones played an extremely important role in a human's body. Only when the bones were strong would the body be truly strong. Although the appearance was strong, the bones were only for show. When one's bones were strong, not only would their physique be strong, their strength would be strong, and their ability to produce blood would also be strong. Their blood and qi would naturally surge. With a strong blood and qi, nutrients would be transmitted to every part of their body, and naturally, their skin and flesh would be strengthened as well. Therefore, whether the body was strong or not depended on the bones. As a profound grade pill, the profound skeleton pill was naturally much more effective than spirit grade pills. Its main effect was to strengthen the bones and grasp the body's foundation. In this aspect, it was of a higher grade than the spirit grade pills Yixing had obtained before. Yixing adjusted his aura and ate the profound skeleton pill. Yixing immediately felt a surging power explode in his body. Yes, it was indeed exploding. This power was too vigorous, and the speed at which it spread out was too fast, just like an explosion. If not for Yixing's powerful body, the explosion would have been enough to injure him. The profound skeleton pill could only be barely withstood by a venerable's body. A mid-grade profound skeleton pill could even injure a normal venerable's body. If a Taoist ate a mid-grade profound skeleton pill, his body would directly explode, and he would die a violent death. Without needing Yixing to take the initiative to guide it, the surging medicinal power surged in Yixing's body like a river, rushing through his meridians to his entire body. 1/3 of the medicinal power spread to his flesh and blood, while 2/3 of the medicinal power rushed to his bones. In an instant, a grinding sound came from Yixing's body. His bones were affected by the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill and were rapidly strengthening. The medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was too vigorous. Even though Yixing's flesh and bones were rapidly absorbing it, the medicinal power in his body could not be dispersed in a short period of time. It would take a lot of time for him to completely absorb and refine it. As time passed, the sound in Yixing's body gradually changed. At first, it was a grinding sound, but it slowly turned into the sound of frying beans. In the end, it turned into the sound of a bowstring being pulled. In the end, there was the sound of surging water, like a spring. In fact, after Yixing's bones had been strengthened, their hematopoietic function had greatly increased. A large amount of blood was constantly being produced, gushing out from his bone marrow and flowing into his major blood vessels. As the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was gradually absorbed and refined, his body was reborn. Yixing's cultivation also naturally increased by a realm, breaking through to the second level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a 2-star venerable. When the last medicinal power was absorbed by his flesh and bones, Yixing felt his entire body brimming with power. He had the illusion that he could lift the sky and pierce through the earth. This was a sign that his energy was too abundant. Yixing wanted to find a target to vent his energy, to vent the berserk power in his body. This was naturally the best time to cultivate martial arts. Yixing stood up, and the bones in his body stretched out, letting out the sound of a bowstring being pulled. His body was full of tenacity. His body twisted, and the sound of frying beans immediately rang out, full of explosive power. Good, I've finally become a 2-star venerable. I'll go to the martial training palace to cultivate martial arts, and then continue cultivating. I want to see how many realms my eternity flower can help me break through. Yixing faintly smiled. He was in a very good mood as he walked towards the martial training palace. After entering the palace, an opponent with the same cultivation as Yixing appeared. It was a 2-star venerable. Yixing's strength naturally couldn't be compared to a venerable of the same realm. However, Yixing had just started learning the black tortoise martial arts, and it would be difficult for him to fight against a strong opponent. It was just right for him to use a 2-star venerable as practice. After the 2-star venerable appeared, he immediately pounced at Yixing. Yixing first cultivated the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to dodge the opponent's attack. If he made a mistake and couldn't dodge, he would face the opponent head-on. If he cultivated for 2 hours, Yixing's attainments in the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique would increase rapidly, reaching the small success stage. This was mainly because Yixing's after-image footwork had reached perfection. Compared to a low-grade black class movement technique, his attainments were quite high, equivalent to greater success stage. In this way, Yixing could easily cultivate the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to the small success stage. The small success stage of the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique was very fast, and the 2-star venerable could barely touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Yixing put on the dark pattern boxing gloves and began to cultivate the dark soul subduing fist. Yixing's fist art, spear art, and archery art were all top-grade spirit rank. His attainments in them had reached the acme of perfection. This made it easy for him to cultivate a low-grade profound rank martial art to the greater success stage. Yixing cultivated one martial art after another, and the low-grade black class fist, spear, and archery skills quickly reached the small success stage. Chapter 639. The targets in the martial training palace went from 2-star venerables to 3-star venerables, and finally to 4-star venerables. Yixing battled with targets of different realms. Before reaching major completion, the speed of his martial attainments was very fast. In merely 10 days, Yixing's scorching merciless arrow, shadowless lethal spear, dark soul subduing fist, and 9 Heavens God Wander art had all reached major completion. There was an essential difference between Spirit Martial Realm and Black Tortoise. Transformative Realm Upper Grade Spirit Martial Realm's might was comparable to Great Completion Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm. However, Transformative Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm's might was inferior to Great Completion Low Grade Black Tortoise. Yi Xing cultivated 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to great completion. His previous accumulation of martial attainments had already been used up. The difficulty of further cultivation would be greatly increased. Cultivating low-grade Black Tortoise to perfection and Transformative Realm was a huge undertaking. Yi Xing retreated from the martial training palace, preparing to raise his cultivation first. The path of martial arts had to be done step by step. One should not eat too much in one go. Sometimes, it wasn't the best way to go about it. Taking a break midway, doing something else to relax, and then continuing to study would have better results. Yi Xing was like this. After breaking through to 2-star venerables, he was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he went to the martial training palace to practice martial arts, letting his tense nerves relax. After cultivating 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to great completion, Yi Xing was also not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he switched to the Falling Star incantation, letting his tense nerves relax. Heaven and earth, day and night, yin and yang, 1 positive and 1 negative, 1 tense and 1 relaxed. Only with proper cultivation could one have great achievements and achieve goals at the fastest speed. Yi Xing sat down cross-legged, continuing to use Ian Extreme Flowers to cultivate, increasing the speed of Astral Reaching Realm. When he was at the first level of Astral Reaching Realm, Yi Xing had only used 5 Eternity Flowers to stabilize his cultivation base to the peak. Now that he had become a 2-star venerable, he had also eaten several Eternity Flowers. Their effects had weakened somewhat, so he needed a lot more than when he was at the first level. 10 Eternity Flowers, Yi Xing's cultivation base stabilized to the mid-second level. The 20 Eternity Flowers had been consolidated to the late second stage. 50 Eternity Flowers had been consolidated to the peak of the second stage. After spending a month and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of 80 stalks of Eternity Flower, Yi Xing finally stabilized his cultivation base to the peak of the second level. Based on the value of the Ian Extreme Flowers, 80 Ian Extreme Flowers had been consumed just for a 2-star venerable. This price was a bit high. However, in terms of cultivation speed, Yi Xing felt that it was worth it to be able to consolidate his cultivation to level 2 peak within a month. Yi Xing didn't care about the value of the Ian Extreme Flower. What he cared about was his own martial arts. No matter how great the price, it was worth it. After reaching level 2 peak, Yi Xing stopped cultivating. If he wanted to break through the cultivation barrier in one go, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the 3rd-star venerable realm. However, the consumption of Ian Extreme Flowers would definitely be a huge number, and the time it would take would also not be short. At this time, it was better to first relax and cultivate martial arts. He could continue to consolidate his cultivation base in battle. Perhaps he would be able to break through the cultivation barrier unknowingly. The speed wouldn't be much slower than using the Ian Extreme Flowers to forcefully break through. Even if the breakthrough didn't happen naturally, once he consolidated his cultivation base to a certain extent, using the Ian Extreme Flowers to forcefully break through would be much easier than now. Entering the martial training hall, Yi Xing began to cultivate martial arts. The 2-star venerables and 3rd-star venerables trial targets were quickly destroyed by Yi Xing. Even the 4-star venerables didn't last long against Yi Xing's great accomplishment low-grade profound martial technique. It was only when the 5-star venerables trial targets appeared that Yi Xing felt a huge pressure. This wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a pursuit of martial arts attainment. Yi Xing didn't use his astrology, purely relying on martial arts to fight. Yi Xing's profound low-grade falling star incantation had reached the peak of level 7 after breaking through to the 2-star venerable realm. Afterwards, during the process of cultivation, his astral energy had already transformed to level 3 mid-grade profound martial technique. In terms of astral energy strength, Yixing was far superior to a 3-star venerable. Compared to a 4-star venerable, it was only because of the difference in cultivation level. Yixing was fighting with a profound martial artist of the great accomplishment realm. His comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to that of a 4-star venerable. The amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth that he could use was much more than that of a 4-star venerable. However, a 5-star venerable's strength was much stronger than a 4-star venerable's. Perhaps the 5-star venerable's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was inferior to Yixing's, but in terms of martial arts attainment, they were superior. When a low-grade profound martial technique was used, it was close to great accomplishment. The amount of heaven and earth's yuan qi that was drawn was no less than Yixing's. Adding on the suppression of 3 levels of cultivation, their strength was naturally far superior to Yixing's. If he used his astrology, Yixing's pressure against a 5-star venerable would be greatly reduced. However, with pressure comes motivation. As long as he faced a powerful opponent and was in a dangerous situation, it could stimulate Yixing's potential to the greatest extent. Only then could his martial arts attainment increase faster in battle. When Yixing fought with the 5-star venerables, he would sometimes use the dark soul subduing fist to fight with the enemy. Inside, he would use the shadowless lethal spear technique. When it was the most suitable time to use a martial art, Yixing would use that martial art. Once he could not block it, Yixing would use the 9 heaven spirits wander technique to dodge. After pulling away, he would use the scorching flame ruthless arrow technique to shoot from a distance. Overall, his attainments in the 4 low-grade profound martial techniques improved very quickly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he improved by leaps and bounds. However, the one that improved the fastest was still his archery attainment. This was definitely related to Yixing's archery attainment being the highest. Furthermore, Yixing's talent in archery was also the highest. With the super brain, he was a natural archer. During his cultivation, Yixing's archery attainment improved again. When the conditions were right, he naturally broke through to the 7 changes of heart. The breakthrough in his archery attainment increased the speed of his archery attainment. In just a month or so, Yixing's scorching flame ruthless arrow technique broke through to the perfection realm first. A low-grade profound martial technique at the perfection realm was very powerful. When Yixing used the earth profound bow to execute the scorching flame ruthless arrow technique, the power of the arrows shot out had reached a level where even a 5-star venerable would be in danger. There were a few times when the 5-star venerable's trial targets were unable to completely dodge Yixing's arrows. They also could not block them and were shot in the body. Of course, the arrows only hit unimportant parts of the body. The damage caused was very low and could not destroy the trial targets. This was when Yixing did not use his astrology. If he used his astrology, the power would be stronger. The damage caused might be able to destroy the trial targets. If he used the Sagittarius constellation, it would be even more stable. He would definitely be able to kill the trial targets in one shot. The 7 changes of heart's archery attainment meant that Yixing's heart force had reached the 7th layer. Although Yixing's heart force leaned towards archery, it was still useful for other martial cultivation. In the next half a month, the shadowless lethal spear technique, dark soul subduing fist, and 9 heaven spirits wander technique all broke through to the perfection realm. Chapter 640.4 Low-Grade Xuanwu Martial Arts, all complete. For a 2-star venerable, this was already an extremely high martial attainment. Even some monstrous geniuses would rarely be able to cultivate low-grade Xuanwu martial arts to completion when they were 2-star venerables. Moreover, all 4 kinds of low-grade Xuanwu martial arts were complete. After a month and a half of battle, although Yixing hadn't broken through to 3-star venerable, he could feel that his cultivation base had already consolidated to the limit of the 2nd layer, touching the edge of the third layer of astral reaching realm. At this realm, the accumulation of cultivation base could naturally lead to a breakthrough. The reason why he hadn't broken through was probably because the last time was too close. However, without a natural breakthrough, Yixing took the initiative to push it. Breaking through to 3-star Venerable was naturally easy. Yixing sat down cross-legged and took out a stalk of Eternity Flower. Borrowing its medicinal power, he attacked the barrier of the third layer of astral reaching realm. After a day and a night, Yixing had only taken 4 stalks of Eternity Flower to break through the barrier of the third layer of astral reaching realm. The astral aura within his body had undergone a qualitative change, and his perception of the natural yuan qi had become even clearer. Yixing's cultivation base had broken through to the third layer of astral reaching realm, becoming a 3-star Venerable. After breaking through to the astral reaching realm, he had only used 2 months to break through to 2-star Venerable. Then, after another 2.5 months, he had broken through to 3-star Venerable. This kind of speed, even when he was a astral Venerable, could be regarded as godly speed compared to ordinary martial artists. In the astral reaching realm, even among the monstrous geniuses of the star continent, which one of them didn't need at least a year to break through to the next realm? If one reached high-level astral reaching realm, it might even take several years to break through to the next realm. However, Yixing had broken through 2 realms in less than half a year. For other martial artists, this was simply the speed of light. Of course, Yixing's true cultivation speed wasn't this fast. The reason for this godly speed was because of the Eternity Flower in his body. In addition, the mid-rank mysterious skeleton pellet had greatly shortened the time needed for Yixing to make a breakthrough. If it were under normal circumstances, it would already be a very fast speed for Yixing to make a breakthrough in half a year in the early astral reaching realm. After becoming a 3-star Venerable, Yixing's perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become much clearer. His understanding of heaven and earth had also reached a mysterious state. Yixing was overjoyed. This kind of state could only be encountered by chance, and it was the best state to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was because Yixing had broken through successively in the Exalt realm in a short period of time, and it had caused him to be in such a state. Perhaps it was because of some other reason, but Yixing didn't care about all of that right now. He instantly restrained his thoughts, maintained his calm, and comprehended the grand momentum of the heavens and the earth. This state lasted for about 2 hours before returning to normal. Although it hadn't been long, Yixing's harvest was enormous. Whether it was the grand momentum of wind, fire, or darkness, all of them had improved by a considerable degree. When a martial artist became a high-level Venerable, they would be able to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to the realm of one with the world. However, in order to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to perfection, only a high-level astral ocean realm titled Emperor would be able to do so. There was a huge gap in cultivation between high-level Venerable and high-level King. However, within this cultivation level, ordinary martial artists' comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth would be at the realm of one with the world. However, high-level Venerable, low-level King, and mid-level King naturally had different levels of comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth. Therefore, there were also differences in the realm of one with the world. If Yixing's previous state of one with the world was still at the high-level Venerable realm, then he had already reached the low-level King realm. It could be seen that the effects of these 2 hours of comprehension were enormous. That mysterious state disappeared, and Yixing continued to comprehend in detail, thoroughly understanding the grand momentum of the heavens and earth in his heart. Only then did he stand up and walk towards the martial training palace. His cultivation had broken through to the third level of astral reaching realm, and his comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth was even higher. This was even more advantageous for his martial arts cultivation. His chances of cultivating the 4 low-level profound martial arts to perfection had increased by a lot. However, Yixing didn't plan to cultivate the martial arts to perfection after entering the martial training palace this time. This would take a long time. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the third level, then he would spend a long time cultivating martial arts, which would also be of great help in consolidating his cultivation. Right now, he was just familiarizing himself with his strength after breaking through to the 3-star Venerable realm. As long as he was familiar with his strength and body, he would be able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. After becoming a 3-star Venerable and reaching perfection of the low-level Profound Martial realm, the trial target of the 5-star Venerable realm was naturally not enough. It wasn't long before Yixing destroyed it. Now that the trial target of the 6-star Venerable realm had appeared, Yixing once again felt an enormous pressure. Yixing cultivated in the martial training palace for a few days, familiarizing himself with the strength of the 3-star Venerable realm, and then left. Sitting cross-legged outside the martial training palace, Yixing calmed his mind and took out the Ian Extreme Flower, continuing to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Time flew by, and by the time Yixing reached the peak of the third level, more than a month had already passed. As for the Ian Extreme Flower, the further he progressed, the weaker its effects became. He had consumed several hundred stalks. Yixing stood up with a smile on his face. No matter how many Ian Extreme Flowers he consumed, he wouldn't feel any heartache. Raising his cultivation was the key. Right now, he was a 3-star Venerable. If he broke through another realm, he would become a 4-star Venerable. However, the difference was like the difference between a low-level Venerable and a mid-level Venerable. Yixing was looking forward to breaking through to the 4-star Venerable realm. My cultivation has reached the peak of the third level, and the falling star incantation has reached the 4th level. Everything is ready. Next, it's time to see if I can break through to the transformation realm with the low-level Profound Martial realm. Yixing thought to himself as he walked toward the martial training palace. Entering the martial training palace, another long period of cultivation began. Yixing had the super brain to scan and correct his moves. Every time he fought, Yixing would know where his mistakes were and would constantly correct them. No matter how good his master's guidance was, it couldn't compare to the super brain's understanding of himself, and it couldn't compare to his own self-correction. This caused Yixing's martial attainments to be constantly perfected. There was no limit to it until he stepped into the transformation realm. For Yixing, the transformation realm wasn't a problem. The only problem was time. More than a month later, his ruthless flame arrow incantation reached the transformation realm first. Yixing immediately sensed that his archery skills had reached the transcendent state of the low-class black level. There was a strong connection between him and the bow. This was a very mysterious state. The bow and arrow in Yixing's hands became incomparably mysterious. It was as if he could perform a perfect martial art move with just a raise of his hand. This was the manifestation of the unity of man and weapon. Yixing had become one with the bow and arrow, becoming an archery master among weapon masters. Becoming an archery master was the prerequisite for comprehending the arrow intent. Among archery martial artists, only those who comprehended the arrow intent could be considered a truly powerful divine archer. Now, Yixing had finally reached this condition. He had reached a higher level in archery and become a master. Chapter 641. Mastering One Art, Mastering All Arts. After the ruthless flame arrow art reached the transcendent realm, the dark soul subduing fist art and the shadowless deadly spear art also reached the transcendent realm. Yixing not only became a master of archery, but he also became a master of fist arts and a master of spear arts. Compared to most master weaponsmiths, Yixing could be considered as a multi-talented person. This was all thanks to the super brain. Otherwise, with Yixing's cultivation at such a young age, no matter what kind of weapon he used, he wouldn't have been able to reach the level of one with the weapon. Compared to the other martial arts, the Nine Heavens Wander art was much more difficult to reach the transcendent realm. It took him more than 10 days to reach the transcendent realm. After 2 months, he had reached the transcendent realm in all 4 low-grade profound martial arts. He could go to the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall to learn mid-grade profound martial arts. On the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall, the number of mid-grade profound martial arts was less than half of the number on the 1st floor. There were only 60 books. Yixing followed his usual practice and chose only 4 martial arts: archery, spear arts, fist arts, and Qing Gong. Qing Gong was naturally still the 9 heavens wander art. As for the other martial arts, Yixing continued to choose the fire attribute archery, wind attribute spear arts, and dark attribute fist arts. In terms of actual combat, Yixing was already a master weaponsmith. Every move he made was a unique skill. In terms of martial arts, Yixing had learned 3 martial arts and a set of archery skills from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Therefore, Yixing chose the mid-grade profound martial arts because he didn't need it for actual combat. He just needed to cultivate it and improve the connection between him and his weapon. Master weaponsmiths wasn't the limit of the transcendent realm. Above the transcendent realm was martial intent. Comprehending martial intent was Yixing's true goal. Therefore, Yixing only needed to cultivate the mid-grade profound martial arts and not rely on them to fight. Yixing cultivated 4 mid-grade Xuanwu mantras, but he only managed to reach the great accomplishment stage. Martial arts mantras were very easy to cultivate. If one was unable to reach a certain level, there was only one reason: one's cultivation was insufficient. If the mental cultivation method wasn't perfect, then the martial arts wouldn't be able to reach the transcendent realm. There was no point in continuing to cultivate. Only when he had a breakthrough and became a 4-star or 5-star venerable would he be able to reach the transcendent realm. Yixing sensed the progress of his cultivation. He had indeed consolidated to the limit of the 3-star venerable realm. However, he did not feel the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. Only by sensing the cultivation barrier of the next realm would one have the hope of forcibly breaking through. If one couldn't even sense the cultivation barrier, then even if one forcibly broke through, there would be no way forward. A 4-star venerable is a mid-level venerable. Although I've experienced many battles to break through to the venerable realm, my cultivation has still improved too quickly. Especially after breaking through to become a 2-star venerable, I've always been in secluded cultivation. I've only fought with the targets of the trial, and I've never experienced a true life and death battle. The reason why I was able to break through to the 3-star venerable realm was because of the Eternity Flower. Now that my foundation isn't solid, it'll be hard for me to make any progress in a short period of time. I've already been in the Star Palace for more than 8 months. It's time to go out. Yixing pondered for a moment and made his decision. Yixing had gained a lot from entering the Star Palace this time. He had made great progress in his martial Tao. He was very satisfied and happy. Master Tortoise, Yixing has left the Star Palace. Before leaving, Yixing respectfully saluted the void in front of him and said, "Go, go. Be careful. Become a king as soon as possible and come back to take the Star Palace." Master Tortoise's voice sounded. "Yes." Yixing faintly nodded. He took out the star token and activated the transmission. The star token emitted a gentle light that enveloped Yixing. In an instant, Yixing left the Star Palace and appeared in the Starfall Valley. Huff, 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 huff. Yixing had just appeared in the Starfall Valley when he felt layers of terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Before Yixing could react, he heard a loud shout, "He's out." As soon as this voice sounded, Yixing felt the space around him tighten. It was as if it had become an impenetrable wall, imprisoning him. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance and enveloped the entire world. Yixing immediately felt a sense of suffocation. In just an instant, Yixing saw the dazzling light that seemed to have enveloped the entire world. It was a huge saber aura that almost cut the sky in half. It was an understatement to say that this saber aura could break rivers and cut mountains. If this saber aura fell, it was enough to destroy a city. Now, this saber aura was slashing down on Yixing. In an instant, Yixing felt like his soul had left his body. His heart jumped to his throat. Bang! With a loud explosion, that terrifying saber aura was suddenly hit by a black fist aura and exploded into pieces. The explosive shock wave was filled with destructive power. A layer of the nearby mountain peaks was shaved off and collapsed. Yixing was not far from the center of this destructive shock wave. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of impact. In front of him, a tall figure stood, giving off a feeling of indomitable spirit. Where he stood, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The destructive shock wave could not shake him in the slightest. This tall figure was dressed in black and had shoulder-length black hair. Yixing recognized him at a glance. It was the Black Tiger King. The destructive shock wave's power was terrifying, but it dissipated quickly. In just a few breaths' time, everything was calm again. However, the surrounding area was a testament to the terrifying power just now. Meng Tai, with me here, you want to kill someone? Ha ha ha. Dream on. The Black Tiger King roared and laughed loudly. His voice was filled with pride. Yixing was shocked when he heard this. The saber that slashed at him just now was actually the damning Supreme King's attack. No wonder it's so terrifying. I couldn't even move after being struck by the saber. If it weren't for Brother Heibiao's help, would have turned into a pile of minced meat by now. Yixing immediately came to a realization. Why is the damning Supreme King here? And so many Daiyuan dynasty elites. Yixing saw the damning Supreme King and also saw the large number of elites behind Meng Tai. That's right, I killed a venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty here and then entered the Star Hall to cultivate. The people from the Great Yuan dynasty must have found this place and knew that I entered, so they surrounded this place and waited for me. Careless, too careless. Why didn't I consider this problem at that time? If Brother Black Tiger did not save me, I would have been a turtle in a jar. I would have died without a doubt. Yixing's super brain worked quickly. In an instant, he sorted out all the causes and effects. He blamed himself for his carelessness. Brother Black Tiger. Yixing looked at the back of the Black Tiger King and walked up. There was no need for thanks between them, but Yixing's tone was filled with gratitude. The Black Tiger King looked back at Yixing and said, Brother Yixing, you really made people wait. So many people have waited for you for half a year. Chapter 642. Not long after Yixing entered the Starry Hall, the people from the Great Yuan dynasty arrived. Supremacy Chenyu also reported the news of Yixing's return to the Dark Star sect immediately. The Dark Star sect investigated Yixing's whereabouts. The commotion caused by the Great Yuan dynasty naturally attracted the attention of the Dark Star sect. Therefore, the experts of the two factions faced each other at the old site of the Starfall sect. The Great Yuan dynasty wanted to wait for Yixing to come out and kill him. The Dark Star sect wanted to wait for Yixing to come out and save him. Neither side retreated. Of course, they waited for more than half a year. When the two opposing factions faced each other, the smell of gunpowder was naturally very strong. At the beginning, both sides fought every day. There was a small battle every day and a big battle every 3 days. However, the Great Yuan dynasty's target was Yixing. They had not seen their target yet and were unwilling to fight with the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect was weaker than the Great Yuan dynasty and did not want to start an all-out war with them. Therefore, the battle did not spread. As time passed, they waited for Yixing but did not come out. They waited for Yixing but did not come out. Both sides were getting impatient and the battles became fewer and fewer. In the past 10 days, both sides did not fight. The great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai, personally moved out. He even brought a bunch of kings and supremacies with him. They waited for more than half a year just to wait for one person. Imagine how angry they were. If not for the fact that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times and had an extraordinary identity that concerned the survival of the great Yuan dynasty, the great Yuan dynasty would have retreated long ago. Ever since Yixing's performance in the Starry Sky Arena, the Supreme King Meng Tai firmly believed in the words of the imperial advisor Si Kongyan. He believed that the great Yuan dynasty would be destroyed because of Yixing in the future. His killing intent towards Yixing was as firm as a rock. He would not give up until he killed Yixing. Therefore, after confirming that Yixing had indeed entered the secret ground, the Supreme King Meng Tai naturally had to wait for Yixing to come out so that he could get rid of Yixing as soon as possible. The Supreme King Meng Tai refused to back down. Since the Black Biao King wanted to protect Yixing, he naturally couldn't back down either. Furthermore, the news of Yixing becoming a venerable and killing a 4-star venerable had reached the Dark Star sect and attracted their attention. Yixing's performance had surpassed that of any genius in the history of the Star Continent. Even the martial artists who did not approve of the Demon Star in chaotic times had changed their opinions because of Yixing's heaven-defying performance. The Black Tiger King reported the news about Yixing to his master, the Sovereign Sect's master of the Dark Star sect, and he obtained the support of the Sovereign Sect's master. Only with the orders of the Sovereign Sect's master was the Black Tiger King able to gather the forces of the Dark Star sect and go against the Daryuan dynasty. Otherwise, even though the Black Tiger King's strength was formidable, he was unable to go against the entire Daryuan dynasty by himself. Yixing walked over to stand by the Black Tiger King's side, and then his gaze swept past the members of the Dark Star sect, the Daryuan dynasty, and the others before he said with surprise, "So many people have been waiting here for half a year?" The Black Tiger King nodded and said, "If they don't back down, then we can't back down. Confronting each other here and fighting battles occasionally isn't very boring." The Black Tiger King spoke casually, but Yixing was very clearly aware of how it felt to have so many people wait here for half a year. Through this incident, Yixing was even clearly aware of how firm the Supreme King Meng Tai's confidence in eliminating him was. When he saw Yixing's serious expression, the Black Tiger King thought that Yixing was afraid of the forces the Daryuan dynasty had put on, and he said with a smile, "Little brother Yixing, you don't have to worry. With me, Black Tiger, here, your safety is absolutely not a problem." As he spoke, the Black Tiger King patted his chest. "Black Tiger, you're a 3-star king, yet you're calling a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Don't you feel irritated? You've completely thrown away the face of a king." The Supreme King Meng Tai snorted coldly, and his tone was very displeased. Yixing will definitely become a king in the future, and become the hero who destroyed the Daryuan dynasty. Why can't I call him my brother? This is my honor, hee hee. The Black Tiger King chuckled and raised his head slightly, saying, "I'll call whoever I like brother. Meng Tai, don't look at how you're a few hundred years older than me. I'm not interested in calling you my brother, haha." The Supreme King Meng Tai's expression instantly became gloomy as he shouted, "I am the Supreme King, the only 4-star king in the Star Continent, the ruler of the Daryuan dynasty. You're the one who's not worthy to call me your brother." The Black Tiger King waved his hand and said, "Don't speak so much nonsense. Meng Tai, with me, Black Tiger, here today, no matter how many people your Daryuan dynasty has, you won't be able to touch a single strand of his hair. You should all retreat as soon as possible. Don't make any useless moves." The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze swept across the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and said, "For Yixing's life, all of you have to pay the price with your lives. Is it worth it?" Meng Tai's voice was like a blade, ruthlessly slicing into the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect had people like the Black Tiger King who had long believed that the Demon Star of Chaos could overthrow the Daryuan dynasty. From the beginning to the end, they had stood firmly by the Black Tiger King's side. However, there were also many martial artists of the Dark Star sect who didn't agree with the theory of the Demon Star of Chaos. Although Yi Xing's heaven-defying performance had made them believe that Yi Xing was indeed the Demon Star of Chaos, it didn't mean that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for this Demon Star of Chaos. Therefore, the Supreme King Meng Tai's words had a huge impact on the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. Yi Xing's reaction was very sharp. He immediately saw that many of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect were struggling. Compared to the Daryuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect was still slightly weaker. If they fought an all-out war, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. Everyone could see the Supreme King Meng Tai's desire to kill Yi Xing. He wouldn't rest until he killed Yi Xing. Given Meng Tai's desire to kill, as long as he could kill Yi Xing, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. When the Black Tiger King saw that Meng Tai's words had shaken the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, he sneered and shouted, "Are the lives of the martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty not lives in your eyes? They have no grudges with Yi Xing. Just because of your desire to kill, they will spill their blood and give up their lives. Is this worth it?" The Supreme King Meng Tai's words were like knives and swords cutting at the heart. How could the Black Tiger King's words not be the same? Yi Xing had the protection of the Dark Star sect. If Meng Tai wanted to take Yi Xing's life, he could only make use of the Daryuan dynasty's advantage in numbers to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. Once an all-out war broke out, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage since they were weaker. However, wouldn't the Daryuan dynasty lose people? When 2 3-star forces started an all-out war with numerous kings attacking, who could guarantee that they wouldn't die except for a few peak experts? Even a king realm cultivator could die in such a battle. The martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty naturally cherished their lives. The Black Tiger King's words were like a heavy hammer in their hearts. They weren't willing to start a war. Chapter 643. If an all-out war broke out, both sides would suffer casualties. It was just a matter of numbers. Who could be sure that they wouldn't be among those who died in the war? Therefore, neither the Dark Star sect nor the Great Yuan dynasty wanted to start a war. However, the decision-making power was never decided by numbers. It was in the hands of the Paramount King, Meng Tai. To the Paramount King, Yi Xing threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as he could kill Yi Xing, any price would be worth it. The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He swept his gaze over the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty. Everyone could feel the killing intent in Meng Tai's eyes. Immediately, they all put on an aggressive front. It was as if they were ready to fight the Dark Star sect. However, one of the Supremes didn't have time to hide the fear in his heart. The Paramount King, Meng Tai, saw it. The Paramount King, Meng Tai, shouted coldly, "Are you afraid?" When a war broke out, even a king could die. Although a supremacy was considered an expert, in an all-out war, he wasn't much stronger than cannon fodder. Of course, he was afraid. This supremacy managed to calm himself down and advised, "Once the war breaks out, there will be countless casualties. Paramount King, please reconsider." The Paramount King, Meng Tai, raised his eyebrows and struck out with his palm. A palm print instantly flew above this supremacy and smashed him into meat paste. Trash. What's the use of keeping you alive? The Paramount King, Meng Tai, said coldly. All the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. A king of the Meng royal family saw the opportunity and shouted, "We pledge our lives to obey the Paramount King's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing." All the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists made up their minds and raised their arms. "We pledge our lives to obey the Paramount King's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing. We pledge our lives to obey the Paramount King's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing." Their voices were uniform, and their aura was overwhelming. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, had absolute authority in the Great Yuan dynasty. In this aspect, he was much stronger than the Black Biao King in the Dark Star sect. Although the Black Tiger King's position in the Dark Star sect was high, he was not the sect master. However, even if he was the Dark Star sect master, he could not make all the martial practitioners in the sect risk their lives with a single order. There was a fundamental difference between the rule of a sect and the rule of a government. Faced with the surging aura of the Great Yuan dynasty cultivators, many of the Dark Star sect cultivators revealed looks of fear. In such a state, once the battle began, many of them would definitely flee. Calm down. There are no cowards in my Dark Star Church. Ever since we established our church, we have been fighting against the Great Yuan dynasty for over 1,000 years. When have we ever been afraid? Your ancestors have all fought with the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty before. When have they ever been scared off? An old voice rang out from a mountain peak in the distance. An expert of the Dark Star sect exclaimed with surprise. It's the Sovereign Sect's master. The Sovereign Sect's master is with us. That's right. Our ancestors were never afraid. We can't lose face for our ancestors. Fuck. It's not for Yixing but for the dignity of the Dark Star sect. For the sake of our pride, the Great Yuan dynasty is nothing. I'm not afraid. All the martial practitioners in the Dark Star sect roared loudly. Their voices were powerful, and some of the martial practitioners who were originally afraid felt the hot blood in their hearts awaken when they heard the roars of the people by their sides, causing them to become strong. Even though there were still some people who were afraid, it was only a small portion of them. The Black Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief when the Sovereign Sect's master spoke out to stabilize the situation. Even though he was strong, he usually didn't care about anything, so his prestige in the Dark Star sect wasn't very high. No matter what he said, it couldn't compare to the Sovereign Sect's master. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, had a firm expression, and he didn't change at all because of the rising morale of the Dark Star sect. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, swept his gaze and roared. I swear that I won't stop until Yixing is dead. If your Dark Star sect doesn't hand over Yixing, then I'll annihilate your Dark Star sect today and make all of you accompany Yixing in death. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, raised his arm, and the hearts of the martial practitioners on both sides instantly leaped up to their throats. So long as the Supreme King gave the order, this place would immediately become hell on earth. Corpses would pile up into mountains and blood would flow into rivers. The Black Tiger King was slightly nervous as well. An all-out battle between both sides wasn't the outcome he wanted. He roared loudly. Meng Tai, you know my ability. If I want to take Yixing away, then none of you can stop me. Your target is Yixing, and once I take Yixing away, the martial practitioners of the Great Yuan dynasty will die for nothing. Is there any meaning to this battle? The Supreme King, Meng Tai, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard this. His target was Yixing. As long as he could kill Yixing, he felt that any price he had to pay would be worth it. However, if he couldn't kill Yixing, would it be worth it to pay such a huge price? The answer was yes, it wasn't. Although the Dark Star sect's strength wasn't comparable to the Great Yuan dynasties, a three-star faction that had developed for over 1,000 years couldn't be underestimated. Even if the Great Yuan dynasty could win this battle, it would still be a huge loss to kill 1,000 enemies and inflict heavy losses on themselves. It would definitely cause the Great Yuan dynasty to suffer a great loss. If they could kill Yixing, then the losses would be worth it. However, if they couldn't kill Yixing, then wouldn't the losses be for nothing? Thinking about whether it was worth it or not, the Supreme King, Meng Tai's fighting spirit instantly cooled down. However, when the Supreme King, Meng Tai, thought about it from a different angle, the sharpness in his eyes suddenly intensified. Yixing was a demonic star in troubled times. For the future of the great Yuan dynasty, Yixing had to be eliminated. Now that Yixing was right in front of him, how could he give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction? If news of this were to spread, others would think that he, the Supreme King, was afraid of the Dark Star sect. What a joke! He was the Supreme King, the ruler of the great Yuan dynasty, the ruler of the entire Star Land. How could he be afraid of the Dark Star sect? Even if it wasn't to kill Yixing, for the sake of his face and dignity, he couldn't give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction. For the sake of his face and the dignity of the great Yuan dynasty, the fighting spirit in Meng Tai's eyes had reached its limit. He was about to give the order to start the battle. Wait! Yixing had been paying attention to the changes in the Supreme King's emotions all this time. Seeing this, he shouted loudly. Yixing knew that at this point, the Dark Star sect's persistence and the great Yuan dynasty's persistence no longer focused on him, Yixing. Instead, it had become a matter of face and dignity for both parties. The Dark Star sect didn't retreat not because the people of the Dark Star sect were willing to risk their lives with Yixing, but because of their dignity. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, insisted on fighting not because he wanted his subordinates to die meaninglessly, but also because of his dignity. Since the main point was no longer Yixing, this matter was easy to handle. In fact, both parties didn't want to start the battle. It was just that they didn't have a way out. As long as they gave each other a way out, the matter would be resolved. The Supreme King, Meng Tai's gaze landed on Yixing. His hand that was about to wave down paused in mid-air. He said, "Do you have anything to say? Do you want to surrender?" Chapter 644. Surrender? Huh. Yixing chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes were like lightning as his aura surged. "Damning Supreme King, do you dare to make a bet with me?" The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and Dark Star sect were shocked. At this critical moment, Yixing actually wanted to make a bet with the Supreme King Meng Tai. Bet on what? The damning Supreme King glanced coldly at Yixing and said, "What qualifications do you have to make a bet with me? What do you have that's worth me making a bet with you?" His voice was filled with disdain and even anger. He was the Supreme King, a 4-star king. On the other hand, Yixing was only a 3-star venerable. The two of them were on completely different levels. Although Yixing was the demon star of troubled times and was someone that the Supreme King Meng Tai had to kill, he had never placed Yixing on the same level as him. A mere 3-star venerable dared to make a bet with him. This ignited the rage in Meng Tai's heart. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he was about to give the order. However, the damning Supreme King's arm had already swung down. Yixing immediately shouted, "You don't dare." The moment these words came out, the damning Supreme King's arm froze in the void. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yixing and said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare? You're the one who's not worthy." The Black Tiger King was also shocked by Yixing's words. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yixing, "Yixing, the situation isn't good now. Why do you have to anger Meng Tai? The angrier he is, the harder it will be for you to escape. When the battle starts later, don't make a move. Stay close to me and I'll bring you out. Don't cause any trouble." Yixing smiled at the Black Tiger King and did not explain further. He continued to speak to the damning Supreme King. "I'm the demon star of troubled times. Your great Yuan dynasty will be destroyed by me, Yixing. Why wouldn't I have the qualifications? Besides, you said that I don't have anything to bet with you." "Wrong. Don't you want my life? Then I'll bet my life with you. How about it? Your life?" The Supreme King Meng Tai blinked his eyes, revealing a sliver of interest. He lowered his arm that was raised in the air. His snake-like eyes stared at Yixing as he said, "Betting your life? This prince is rather interested. Tell me, how do you want to bet?" Yixing smiled faintly and said, "The Great Yuan dynasty has unified the world. The Meng royal family stands at the peak of the Great Yuan dynasty. They are definitely powerful and have many geniuses. No matter which realm they are in, there will always be people with extremely powerful strength that far surpasses ordinary warriors of the same realm." The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his head slightly and said, "Of course." The Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators also revealed complacent expressions. Especially the Meng royal clan's cultivators, they were the most arrogant. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star Church, they all frowned, their faces filled with displeasure. Yixing was actually flattering the Great Yuan dynasty and the Meng royal family? The Black Biao King looked at Yixing with interest. He knew that Yixing would definitely not flatter the Great Yuan dynasty. He was definitely not done with his words. As the Black Biao King expected, Yixing sneered and his tone changed, haha. Saying that they are people with extremely powerful strength is actually giving them too much credit. Compared to ordinary warriors, their strength is just a bit more outstanding. However, in the eyes of Yixing, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How can they be called geniuses? They are more like dog farts. The displeasure on the faces of the Dark Star Church's cultivators immediately disappeared. Their faces were filled with joy. There were even quite a few who laughed out loud. As for the Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators, their complacent expressions froze on their faces. Their expressions became extremely interesting. Paramount King Meng Tai thought that Yixing was pleading for leniency. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, Yixing would disparage the Meng royal clan's cultivators to the point that they were inferior to dogs. He was simply fuming with anger. However, before Paramount King Meng Tai could say anything, Yixing raised his voice and continued, "Damning Paramount King, you better believe me. Although I am only a 3-star venerable, your Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables are nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. I will issue a life and death challenge to any of your Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables. Let's see who will win and who will lose. If I lose, I will lose my life. Damning Paramount King, do you dare to make this bet? Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables, do you dare to make this bet?" The moment Yixing's words left his mouth, the Dark Star Church's cultivators were all stunned. Yixing was only a 3-star venerable, but he was actually challenging any of the Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables. Crazy. This was simply crazy. The Dark Star Church's cultivators found it hard to believe that Yixing would issue such a stupid challenge. This was simply courting death. 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star venerables were all mid-level venerables. Perhaps Yixing's strength was truly heaven-defying, and he was able to fight against 4-star venerables and 5-star venerables, but, wasn't the gap between a 3-star venerable and a 6-star venerable too great? Although Yixing had killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, and he had also killed an enemy that was 3 realms higher than him, the Dark Star Church's cultivators had not seen it with their own eyes. What they heard was false. Some things could not be understood unless one saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, they did not have much confidence in Yixing's strength. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the difficulty of challenging someone of a higher realm would also increase. Even if Yixing had indeed killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, now that he had become a 3-star venerable, he might not necessarily be able to fight against a 6-star venerable. Taking a step back, Yixing did indeed have the strength to challenge a 6-star venerable. However, the Great Yuan dynasty was filled with geniuses. Could it be that there were no 6-star venerable geniuses that could challenge a 6-star venerable? Even though they were all 6-star venerables, there was still an enormous difference in strength. Yixing was not challenging a 6-star venerable. He was challenging any one of them. If the Great Yuan dynasty chose the strongest 6-star venerable to fight against Yixing, then wouldn't Yixing be dead? The Dark Star Church's cultivators were dumbfounded. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. In the end, they could only think of one word: idiot. The Great Yuan dynasty's cultivators were also shocked. They simply could not believe that someone would issue such a challenge. This was simply a suicidal challenge. He was actively seeking death. In the Meng royal clan, there were many 6-star venerables. Among them, there were those with ordinary strength, those with powerful strength, and those with strength that could sweep away those of the same realm. There was even a combat genius that could contend against a 7-star venerable. No one believed that Yixing, a mere 3-star venerable, could defeat all the 6-star venerables of the Meng royal clan. This was simply impossible. The great Meng king, Meng Tai, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yixing. He wanted to see through Yixing's background and see through Yixing's actual strength. Although this was impossible, a suicidal challenge, a foolish challenge, Meng Tai found it very difficult to associate Yixing with a foolish person. Unfortunately, Yixing's expression remained the same. Meng Tai was unable to see anything. Yixing was like a deep pool of water. He was unable to see through it. Chapter 645. The Supreme King Meng Tai did not rashly make a decision. He just looked at Yixing. Yixing chuckled and said, "Could it be that the Supreme King really doesn't dare to? Indeed, although the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family aren't weak, in front of me, Yixing, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Not sending them to their deaths is the right thing to do. How about this, if you don't dare to challenge one, I'll challenge 10. How about it? Huh. I, Yixing, will challenge 10 mid-level venerables of your Meng royal family. I'll accept their challenge. Great Supreme King of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You bunch of chickens and dogs of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yixing's tone was impassioned. He looked down on the martial artists of the Meng royal family to the extreme. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect were dumbfounded by Yixing's words. As for the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were all furious. This was especially true for the martial artists of the Meng royal family. They had never been looked down upon before. They were so angry that they were jumping like thunder. At this point, even the Supreme King, Meng Tai, felt his face burning as hot blood rushed to his head. The Supreme King Meng Tai widened his eyes and yelled, "Good! Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and make a bet with you." Yixing was overjoyed. Since he had agreed to the bet, the battle situation today would naturally be resolved. As for the life and death battle with the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family, Yixing seemed like a suicidal challenge to others. However, in Yixing's heart, this was a challenge that he would definitely win. The reason why Yixing only challenged the mid-level venerables was because he did not plan to reveal his strength in his dragon form. He only wanted to fight in his human form. However, if the mid-level venerables of the other party had heaven-defying battle strength that was not inferior to a 7 or 8-star venerable lord, then Yixing could only reveal his dragon form and kill them. Therefore, no matter what, Yixing would definitely win this battle. Using a challenge that he was sure to win to get rid of the dangerous situation in front of him, why not? After the Supreme King Meng Tai finished speaking, he continued after a while, "Since it's a battle of life and death, let's set a time, place, and rules." Because of the confrontation with the Dark Star sect, the martial practitioners brought by the Supreme King Meng Tai were mostly kings and high lords. 1st to 6th level astral reaching realm venerables were in the minority. Moreover, the strongest 6-star venerables were not present. Naturally, they would have to fight another time. Furthermore, the Supreme King Meng Tai did not believe that Yixing's strength was truly so heaven-defying that he could sweep through the 6-star venerables of the Meng clan. He believed that Yixing had some other backing. For example, obtaining some powerful forbidden weapons from ancient ruins, or some terrifying talismans, or some pills that could increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. Yixing had gone to mid-level star continents before. It would not be strange for him to obtain forbidden weapons, talismans, pills, and other treasures. Therefore, the battle of life and death had to set the rules. What could be used and what could not be used had to be agreed upon. Whoever broke the rules would be considered the loser. And in a battle of life and death, losing meant death. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted to set the rules, and Yixing was happy to do so. The Great Yuan dynasty had a deep foundation. Yixing was not afraid that they had some powerful treasures. Yixing said, "Set the time 1 month from today, the location." Yixing looked at Black Biao King and said, "Brother Black Biao, you decide on the location." Yixing's safety was in Black Biao King's hands. Black Biao King could decide where he felt was suitable. Black Biao King said, "Green Cloud Mountain." In the past, the founding ancestor of our sect had once fought a great battle with the Dayuan Supreme King, Meng Yi, in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. The victor was still undecided. This time, Yixing, you will represent our Dark Star sect and determine the victor between us and the Dayuan Empire. Yixing nodded. All right. The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "The battle in the Green Cloud Mountain is fine, but not for too long. I'll give you half a month at most to prepare. The battle of life and death on the 3rd of March. Battle." The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty shouted in unison. The Supreme King Meng Tai continued, "In this battle of life and death, other than weapons and armor, you're prohibited from using any external objects. Forbidden weapons, talismans, and pills are all prohibited. If you break the rules, you'll be considered the loser and killed." As he spoke, the Supreme King Meng Tai stared at Yixing. His eyes revealed a meaning: don't try to play any tricks. It's useless. Yixing saw this and pretended to be slightly surprised. However, it was only revealed for a moment before it disappeared. Although the change in expression was very slight, Yixing believed that the Supreme King Meng Tai must have seen it. The more he restrained himself, the more the other party would believe him and feel that he was right. Yixing's expression was calm as he said, "Weapons and armor can only be mystic grade middle grade at most. The use of mystic grade high grade weapons and armor is prohibited." The Supreme King Meng Tai chuckled and said, "No problem." Mystic grade high grade weapons were rare even for the kings of the Star Continent. They were too powerful. Middle-grade venerables could not control them at all. Half a month later, in the Green Cloud Mountain, Yixing challenged 10 middle-grade venerables of the Great Yuan dynasty. This battle of life and death was confirmed. Yixing, half a month later, you'll die without a burial ground. Huh. The Supreme King Meng Tai laughed and waved his hand. Retreat. He led the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and left. At this point, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect could finally relax. Just now, both sides were confronting each other. Even if the agreement proposed by Yixing made the martial artists of the Dark Star sect feel that he was courting death and were shocked, the string in their hearts had been pulled taut. The Black Biao King withdrew his gaze from the distance and patted Yixing's shoulder. "Brother Yixing, this bet of yours is too dangerous. How confident are you?" Yixing smiled faintly and extended a finger. The Black Biao King's eyes widened. He said in shock, 10%? Are you kidding me? You dare to make such a bet with 10% confidence? Yixing shook his head and said, "It's 100%. Brother Black Biao, just wait for the show. Half a month later, watch how I crush those bullshit experts of the Great Yuan dynasty." The corner of Yixing's mouth curled up. His words were full of confidence. 100%? The Black Biao King's eyes were still wide open, but his expression was one of surprise. He said, "Are you sure? You're not tricking me just to make me feel at ease, right? Yixing nodded. I'm definitely not tricking you. Don't worry. Yixing thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to fight after a month to see if there was any hope of him breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm. That way, he would be able to easily crush them. Now that there was only half a month until the battle, breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm was basically impossible. However, it didn't matter. Yixing still had the dragon form as his trump card. This life and death battle was absolutely safe. The Black Biao King clapped his hands and said happily, "That's good. However, just to be safe, you still have to raise your strength as much as possible in this half a month. You've already become a venerable and can cultivate the Dark Star Xian body. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda is yours." Chapter 646. The news of Yixing challenging the Meng dynasty spread like wildfire under the intentional spread of the Black Tiger King's men. Since Yixing had full confidence in winning this life and death gamble, the Black Tiger King naturally wanted to make a big deal out of it. He wanted everyone in the world to know about this battle and pay attention to it, creating a huge wave of momentum. Yixing, a 3-star venerable, had challenged 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng dynasty. Such a challenge was suicidal in the eyes of the cultivators. If Yixing won in the end, the result could be imagined. That would definitely shake the entire star continent. It would be a huge blow to the Great Yuan dynasty's power. At that time, the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely shock every cultivator. Once they believed that the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty, what confidence would they have in the Great Yuan dynasty? When the majority of the cultivators in the star continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum would gain the upper hand. What was momentum? What was luck? The general trend was where the hearts of the people were, and where the hearts of the people were, it was the general trend. Going with the general trend was like the sun in the sky. If one's luck went against the general trend, it would be difficult to do anything. One would be obstructed everywhere. Naturally, one would be extremely unlucky. Although the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times had already spread throughout the star continent, it was only because of the influence of the Dark Star sect in the East Divine Continent that many factions chose to go against the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the other 3 continents still believed in the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty, and the hearts of the ancient martial art practitioners still leaned towards the Great Yuan dynasty. As for the Middle Sky continent, needless to say, the cultivators had absolute faith in the Great Yuan dynasty. They did not believe that the demonic star in chaotic times could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the current momentum of the world was still with the Great Yuan dynasty. Even though Yixing had obtained the destiny of the star continent in the Starry Sky arena, the Great Yuan dynasty's actions were still like a hot knife through butter. Their luck was rather good. The Black Biao King's current momentum was to break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and cause it to be plagued with misfortune. When the cultivators from all over the star continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, they would naturally turn to the Dark Star sect. Even if they only remained neutral, it would still be a great loss to the Great Yuan dynasty. While the news was rapidly spreading throughout the star continent, Yixing had already returned to the Dark Star Church. Wei Qingxian had already broken through to the astral reaching realm more than half a year ago. Since then, she has been in closed-door training. You only have less than half a month of training time, so don't disturb her. Focus on training the Dark Star Xian body and increase your strength as much as possible. When Yixing asked about Wei Qingxian, the Black Biao King said as he brought Yixing to the Dark Star Pagoda. Lord Emissary, the young hierarch is inside. The Tower Guardian, Zhou Kunshan, walked over. The Black Biao King's gaze landed on the Dark Star Pagoda, and he asked, "How long has he been inside?" Zhou Kunshan said, "It's been a few hours." The Black Biao King said, "It should be out soon." Let's wait for a while. Although Yixing was pressed for time, he could afford to wait for 2 to 4 hours. Zhou Kunshan said, the young hierarch's cultivation base has broken through to the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. I estimate that he has been training in the pagoda for quite some time. Lord Emissary, if we wait, we might have to wait for 2 or 3 days. Yixing remembered that when he first came to the Dark Star Pagoda, he had just finished participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Competition and entered the Blood Edge Empire Academy. He was 19 years old at that time, and just happened to meet the Dark Star Church's young hierarch, Zhui Yupeng. At that time, Zhui Yupeng was 29 years old, and had just broken through to the 6th star Venerable Realm. The Black Biao King said that he had broken the Dark Star Church's record. At that time, Yixing felt that Zhui Yupeng's cultivation speed was heaven-defying. Now, 2 years had passed, and Zhui Yupeng was already 31 years old. He had already broken through to the 7th star Venerable Lord Realm, and still maintained the Dark Star Church's cultivation record. Moreover, he had high hopes of becoming a 7th star Venerable Lord before the age of 35. He had high hopes of becoming the first person to become a king before the age of 40. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Yixing was no longer as amazed by Zhui Yupeng's cultivation speed as he had been 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Yixing had still been fighting against astral realm enlightened masters. In Yixing's eyes, Zhui Yupeng had been extremely powerful. But now, even though Zhui Yupeng had become a 7th star Venerable Lord, Yixing didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. In these 2 years, Yixing had grown far too much. He had seen far too much. There was no one in the star continent that could make him feel amazed. On the contrary, he had become a person that all the martial artists in the star continent would marvel at. Old Zhou, tell him to come out. The Black Biao King waved his hand when he heard Zhou Kunshan say that he would have to wait for 2 or 3 days. He could wait for 2 or 4 hours, or even a few hours, but the Black Biao King couldn't let Yixing wait for 2 or 3 days no matter what. The battle had been set for the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Yixing's time was very tight. At most, he would only be able to cultivate for 10 or so days. The Black Biao King knew that Yixing's physique was special. He could absorb the dark star energy endlessly to strengthen his body. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to cultivate the dark star Xian body to a very high level. What Yixing needed now was time. The battle on the 3rd day of the 3rd month was a matter of great importance. The Black Biao King had already sent people to spread the news throughout the entire star continent. When the time came, all the martial arts forces of the star continent would pay attention to this battle. This battle had to be won, they could not afford to lose. If they won, they would break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and achieve the Black Biao King's goal. If they lost, they would instead help the Great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, Yixing would lose his life, and the Great Yuan dynasty would be as stable as a mountain. Zhou Kunshan was in a difficult position. He said, Lord Emissary, the young sect master is different from Shimanju. Do you want to force him out as well? The Black Biao King patted Zhou Kunshan's shoulder and said, just do it. When he comes out, I can apologize to him. However, Yixing's time is tight. He must obtain the Dark Star Pagoda. Yixing said, Brother Black Biao, you don't have to force me. I can wait for 2 or 3 days. Yixing had his own trump card. Even if he did not cultivate the Dark Star Xian body, he was confident that he could win this battle. However, the Black Biao King was not Yixing. The Black Biao King did not know what kind of trump card Yixing had. He only knew that Yixing's challenge was very risky. Even if Yixing said that he was confident, he was still worried. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to make Yixing's strength stronger, the Black Biao King would not give up. The Black Biao King said, after this period of time, Zhui Yupeng can cultivate however he wants. He doesn't have anything important to do. If he also has a life and death battle with the Dark Star sect, I will also eliminate the others and let him cultivate alone in the Dark Star Pagoda. Old Zhou, go. This battle is very important. As the young sect master of our sect, Zhuo Yupeng knows the importance of this matter. He can understand. All right. Zhou Kunshan nodded and came to the side of the Dark Star Pagoda. He took out a token and pressed it on the formation that enveloped the Dark Star Pagoda. Soon, a light flashed and a figure appeared, pushed out by the Dark Star Pagoda. Chapter 647. Zhou Kunshan. Zhuo Yupeng roared as soon as he came out of the Dark Star Pagoda. He was the young sect master, someone who would take over the position of sect master in the future. Yet, he was actually forced out of the Dark Star Pagoda while cultivating. One could imagine the fury in his heart. After roaring, Zhuo Yupeng saw the Black Biao King and Yixing, and his expression relaxed. Zhuo Yupeng suppressed his anger and said, I was wondering who it was that dared to force me out of the Dark Star Pagoda. So it's Uncle Black Biao. No wonder. Although he was unwilling, Zhuo Yupeng's words revealed his fear of the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King and Meng Tai's battle had been evenly matched, shocking the world. This battle also let the people of the Dark Star sect know that the Black Biao King's battle strength was not inferior to the damning Supreme King. This caused the Black Biao King's status in the Dark Star sect to increase greatly. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King after knowing his battle strength. In the martial world, strength was respected. The position of sect master of the Dark Star sect had indeed increased his status by quite a bit. However, in the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to back down. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King. Although Zhuo Yupeng was proud and arrogant, he was still wary of the Black Biao King. After all, even if he became a 3-star king in the future, his strength might not be comparable to the Black Biao King. Of course, being wary was one thing. Zhuo Yupeng's status was extraordinary after all. He was the future sect master and also a monstrous genius. He would not be willing to lower his head to the Black Biao King. His words revealed a hint of jealousy. The Black Biao King said, Yixing's time is tight. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda has priority for him to cultivate. Yupeng, I'll have to trouble you. Sorry. Zhuo Yupeng's jade-like brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that in Uncle Black Biao's eyes, his time is tight, and I have so much free time that I don't have to cultivate? Zhuo Yupeng had entered the Dark Star Pagoda a few hours ago and did not know that Yixing had broken through to 3-star Venerable and had a duel with the damning Supreme King. However, Zhuo Yupeng had already heard the news of Yixing in the Qingyu Empire. As the number 1 genius of the Dark Star Church, Zhuo Yupeng was extremely displeased and envious that Yixing had become an exalted so quickly and possessed such heaven-defying strength. Zhuo Yupeng had always believed that if there was a demon star in troubled times, then it could only be him. When he first met Yixing, he was filled with contempt for Yixing. Now that Yixing had matured, his performance had become more and more outstanding, which was something that Zhuo Yupeng was very unwilling to see. Now, the Black Biao King wanted Zhou Kunshan to force him out of the Dark Star Pagoda just to make way for Yixing. This was something Zhuo Yupeng couldn't accept. Even in front of the Black Biao King, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The Black Biao King said, compared to Yixing, your time is indeed very leisurely. Yixing has already made a bet with the damning Supreme King to challenge 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Daiyuan in a battle of life and death. The time will be half a month later, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. When Zhuo Yupeng heard the first sentence and saw that the Black Biao King really compared him to Yixing, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. However, when he heard the second sentence, the anger in Zhuo Yupeng's heart dissipated and only shock remained. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Challenging 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Daiyuan? How is this possible? Isn't this courting death? Zhuo Yupeng couldn't believe it. The Black Biao King saw Zhuo Yupeng's expression and revealed a mocking expression. Yixing is only a 3-star venerable, yet he dares to challenge any mid-level venerable from the Meng family of Dayuan. Yupeng, you are now a 7-star venerable. As long as you dare to make a bet with the damning Supreme King and challenge any venerable from the Meng family of Dayuan in a battle of life and death, I can make Yixing back down. You can cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda every day for half a month and no one will disturb you. How about it? 3-star venerable? Zhuo Yupeng inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he heard that Yixing was only a 1-star venerable. He didn't expect that in just half a year, he would become a 3-star venerable. This cultivation speed was simply godly. If Yixing continued to advance by leaps and bounds, he would catch up to Zhuo Yupeng in less than 2 or 3 years. This surprised Zhuo Yupeng and made him very unhappy. However, Zhuo Yupeng changed his mind. Yixing had challenged 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Dayuan. This was a suicidal challenge. Zhuo Yupeng's mood became much better. He actually dares to make such a challenge. He's simply courting death. How stupid. Why should this young master be angry over an idiot? Zhuo Yupeng thought. The corner of his mouth curled up and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated. He smiled and said, Uncle Black Biao, I really don't dare to make such a suicidal challenge. Huh. Since this idiot is pressed for time, I'll let him cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda. I won't bicker with a person who is about to die. Zhuo Yupeng finished speaking and glanced at Yixing with disdain before leaving. Yixing treated Zhuo Yupeng's words as fart. His mood wasn't affected by Zhuo Yupeng's words at all. On the other hand, the Black Biao King's anger immediately surged. Yixing stopped the Black Biao King. Zhuo Yupeng was looking down on Yixing. Even if Yixing wanted to prove himself, he wouldn't rely on the Black Biao King's help. Yixing only needed to obtain a complete victory in the life and death gambling match on the 3rd of March. That would be using practical actions to slap Zhuo Yupeng's face. Zhou Kunshan opened the door to the first floor of the Dark Star Pagoda and Yixing entered. The first 2 times he entered the Dark Star Pagoda, Yixing stopped at the 4th floor. This time, Yixing rushed to the 5th floor in one breath. The 5th floor corresponded to the lower grade of the Dark Star Xian body, which was the entry level. The dark figures on this floor ranged from 1-star venerables to 5-star venerables. The first dark figure appeared. It was a 1-star venerables. Yixing immediately used the black hole astrology and wore the dark pattern boxing glove on his hand. He rushed up to fight the other party in close combat. Yixing's physical body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation of a venerable. Then, it had been reborn by the mid-grade mystic skeleton pill. It was already very powerful. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to sweep away venerables of the same realm. Moreover, Yixing was in the dark world formed by the black hole astrology. He could sense everything in the dark world with the dark momentum. Yixing understood every movement of the dark figures and could easily break their moves. Therefore, no matter if the dark figures were 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star venerables, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yixing. When the first dark figure was killed by Yixing, a ray of light entered Yixing's mind. It was the cultivation information of the Dark Star Xian body. The dark astral energy formed by the dark figure was completely absorbed by Yixing under the black hole astrology. Soon, the second dark figure was killed, followed by the third, the fourth. Chapter 648. As the dark figures were killed by Yixing one after another, the cultivation of the dark figures that appeared gradually increased. First, they became 2-star venerables, then 3-star venerables. When a large number of 3-star venerables were killed by Yixing, the dark figures that appeared became 4-star venerables. Yixing felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with the 4-star venerables. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, in the world of darkness, Yixing could rely on his sharp reaction and foresight to reverse the situation and kill the 4-star venerables. Every time he killed a dark figure, it would turn into pure dark star power and be absorbed by Yixing's dark star Xian body. This made Yixing's physical strength stronger and stronger. When the dark figures became 5-star venerables, Yixing's dark star Xian body was already at the entry level. It was almost on par with 4-star venerables. Relying on the black hole astrology, Yixing still relied on his physical strength to fight the dark figures and kill them. When his physical strength was exhausted, the absorption of the dark star power was even faster. Yixing's dark star Xian body cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Every time Yixing's mind was exhausted, he would return to the first floor to rest. After resting, he would go to the 5th floor to cultivate. Day after day passed by like this. On the 7th day, Yixing's dark star Xian body reached the limit of entry level. His physical strength could sweep away 5-star venerables. However, the dark star power of the 5-star venerables' dark figures had little effect on Yixing's dark star Xian body cultivation. Only by entering the 6th floor would he have the hope of breaking through to the initial success level. Yixing arrived at the 6th floor. The dark figures on the 6th floor ranged from 6-star venerables to half-step kings. The first dark figure that appeared was a 6-star venerables. Yixing continued to use his physical strength to fight with the black hole star, which greatly depleted his physical strength and increased the speed at which he absorbed the dark star's power. The quality of the dark star force of a 6-star venerable was indeed much higher than that of a 5-star venerable. After being absorbed by Yixing, Yixing could feel a comfortable feeling coming from his flesh and blood. It could be seen that if he continued to cultivate, his physical strength could still be improved to the level of a 6-star venerable at the very least. 2 days later, Yixing's dark star Xian body had broken through to initial success, and his strength was equivalent to a 6-star venerable. The dark star Xian body, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to cultivate. It required more dark star energy. Although the progress was still fast every day, it took longer and longer to break through a small level. When the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yixing had no choice but to use his full strength to fight it. In the end, he had to use his trump card, Dragon Form, to kill it. However, what disappointed Yixing was that the dark star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure was too high quality, and his body couldn't absorb it. It seemed that his cultivation of the dark star Xian body was not limitless. Currently, the 6-star Venerable's strength was the limit. Yixing retreated to the 5th floor, and then to the 6th floor. The 6-star Venerable Dark figures on the 6th floor appeared again. Every time a 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yixing decisively retreated to the 5th floor. Killing a 7-star Venerable Lord was too troublesome, and he couldn't absorb their dark star energy. Yixing naturally avoided fighting with them. On the 13th day, Yixing's dark star Xian body had reached the peak of 6-star Venerable's strength. The dark star energy of the 6-star Venerable Dark figure had little effect on the dark star Xian body. Since he couldn't absorb the dark star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. The dark star Xian body couldn't break through to the 7-star Venerable Lord level. Yixing left the dark star pagoda and saw the Black Biao King at first glance. Although the Black Biao King knew that Yixing would be cultivating in the dark astral pagoda for a long time, he didn't leave. He had been waiting all this time. He placed more importance on the life and death duel on the 3rd of March than Yixing himself. Brother Black Biao. Yixing walked in front of the Black Biao King. How's the situation? The Black Biao King asked. I've barely reached the small success stage. Yixing said. Good. The Black Biao King's eyes lit up. The dark star Xian body, even if it had only reached the small success stage, was equivalent to a 6-star venerable strength. Since Yixing dared to challenge before, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. In addition, with such a powerful physical body, the Black Biao King finally felt relieved about this life and death battle. On the side, Zhou Kunshan looked at Yixing and sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Yixing had only cultivated the Dark Star spirit body to perfection last time. Originally, he thought that Yixing could cultivate the Dark Star Xian body to the limit of the entry stage, which was already heaven-defying. Who would have thought that Yixing had actually cultivated it to the small success stage? The Black Biao King patted Yixing's shoulder and said, "You must be tired after cultivating for so long. I'll take you to your residence. Have a good rest and prepare to slaughter the Meng family of Dayuan." True human rank martial artists could go several days and nights without sleep. Venerables and kings could persevere for even longer. However, venerables and kings also needed to rest when they were tired. Yixing and the Black Biao King had not slept for more than 10 days. There were only 2 days left before the battle on the 3rd of March. Naturally, they needed to have a good rest and be in their best condition for the life and death battle. The Black Biao King brought Yixing to the left emissary's residence. The left emissary's residence took up a large area and had many courtyards. The Black Biao King did not have many clansmen, so there were many empty courtyards in the residence. The Black Biao King picked the one closest to Yixing's residence. In the Black Biao King's residence, Yixing completely relaxed and had a good sleep. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up. The tiredness from cultivating for more than 10 days and nights had been swept away. He was full of energy and his body was filled with energy. Today was the 3rd of March, the day of the life and death battle. The decisive battle would take place at noon. The Dark Star Sect's teleportation formation could teleport to any area in the East Divine Continent. It was not difficult to arrive before noon. Yixing was about to find the Black Biao King when the Black Biao King came looking for him. "Brother Yixing, how was your rest?" The Black Biao King asked from afar. "Very good. I'm full of energy." Yixing smiled slightly. Today, we killed all 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng clan in front of everyone. Let's see if Meng Tai still has the face to brag about being invincible in the Great Yuan dynasty." The Black Biao King laughed heartily. He was very happy. "Are we heading out now?" Yixing asked. He was also very excited. He couldn't wait for this battle to begin. "Let's go. I'll introduce you to the kings of the Dark Star Sect." Although we have made preparations in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, we still need more experts to prevent Meng Tai from falling out with us. The Black Biao King said, "You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."